Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome out to our regular meeting of July 15th. For the record, it is 1:02. It's great to see a lot of our young people in the audience, and thank you for coming. And if you'll call roll, please.
Mayor Barrone?
Present.
Councilmember Cantu?
Here.
Councilmember Peralta?
Here.
Councilmember Han?
Here. David, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Yes, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll remain standing for a brief moment of silence. You know, we have a big weekend coming up, and we just want a brief moment of silence for all those that have been involved and all those that continue to serve our community and our police department. That no harm will come to our community or our police during this event. Thank you. Council, we have approval of the agenda. Next on the agenda.
I would like to amend the agenda. We have a presenter here who has come from Rio Rancho, and when I requested the presentation be put on the agenda, I had requested it to be first because he has a long way to drive back. If that would be okay with the council, the mayor.
Can we do that right after our awards and recognition, Councillor, or are you looking before?
During the presentations.
Okay, so we can move it up to A,
Yes.
move C to A.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, Peter Vigil with the Taos Soil and Water Conservation District is going to be here for a very brief presentation also. He's got an all-day board meeting today and just has a brief window to present to the council. So Councilwoman Cantu, I'm wondering, given Peter's constraints, if we can slip him in briefly before the discussion on C.
That would be okay. Yes.
I don't think it'll take very long.
Is he here?
He won't be here until probably exactly 1:30.
We can.
So maybe
we can work with that schedule, and we can move it around depending.
Back and forth.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever he's here, we can take him.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So with those two items, do we have a motion to
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
as amended?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
We have a second?
No, second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
So we have approval of minutes, May 26, 2015, regular meeting minutes. Council,
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Not. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
So we'll go on to our meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes of June 10th, 2015. Council,
Move to approve.
motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Not. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go on to our recognition and awards. Ms. Tamara, turn this time over to you, Employee of the Month, and then we have some new hires.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, Manager Bellis, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Employee Recognition Team, we would like to recognize Moises Sanchez, who is the Facility Services Specialist, as July's Employee of the Month. Moises has been a Town of Taos employee for over 12 years. He has a terrific working relationship with his coworkers and displays a great dedication to his job. He maintains a cheerful-natured enthusiasm in everything he does. His energy, knowledge of his job, and hard-working skills make him a valuable asset for the Town of Taos. Congratulations, Moises.
thank you, Moises, for all your hard work. Thank you.
And I would also like to recognize Bill Ervin. Can you please come up? Bill is our new systems network administrator. He's been in the information technology field for a little over 30 years. We'd just like to welcome you to the Town of Taos.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Nice to meet you.
So next, I don't see Peter in the audience, so we'll go on to presentations, and we'll go on to item C, townwide yard sale. Mark, is that Fielder? Fielder? Okay. Be giving us a short our presentation on the economic benefits of having a town-wide yard sale.
I didn't think I was going to be up quite so quick. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There. Get this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this working for me? Yes, it is. Mr. Mayor, councilors, Mr. Manager, good afternoon. I was invited by Council Member Judy Cantu to present to you. My name is Mark Fiedler, and I live in Rio Rancho. I am a residential real estate broker there, and as part of the services that we provide to the community, we have put on 58 neighborhood yard sales in the last 13 years. So I've got a little bit of experience with this. Ms. Cantu heard about our events and thought they might be beneficial to your community as well. So just so you understand my place here, I don't have an interest in whether or not you adopt this type of an event for your needs. I was asked to share this information so you make a good judgment as to whether it is a good match for your town. I have a short film about our events that may give you a good overview, so let's start there. Hi, I'm Mark Fiedler. Welcome to a video introducing the Mark and Sheila team's Neighborhood Yard Sale series. Each summer, between the beginning of June and the first week of August, we sponsor 5 neighborhood sales in different areas of Rio Rancho. We handle all the organizing, signage, and advertising of the event. Now, on average, a single yard sale might attract between 10 and 20 shoppers to look at a driveway full of goods. However, we've promoted these events to the point where we can attract hundreds of shoppers to each sale, some of whom drive 2 to 3 hours to get there. They come because each event has 50 to 100 households, all holding garage sales within a few yards of each other. It's a garage sailor's paradise. Buyers can participate in a shopper's game where they collect tokens from each sales site to fill in a game sheet. Completed games go into a drawing where we award prizes, gift certificates, and movie tickets to several winners from each sale. One of the things we do is feed the participants breakfast, coffee, cold water, and snacks throughout the day to keep them energized and shopping.
You want a water?
Yeah.
Say yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you'd like to participate as a seller in this event, And if you live in one of the neighborhoods we include, you can register on our website. If you'd like to shop instead, pick up a map from a flyer box near the entrances to each subdivision. Or you can print your own sale map and game sheet afternoon on the day before each sale. Our website is markandshilleteam.com.
Probably by 9 o'clock we were sold out of just about everything. What you see is all we have left.
You come up here from where?
From Anthony, New Mexico. Wow.
At the end of the sale, sellers can donate any leftover, unsold goods to a local charity. Simply bring them to our moving truck located in the neighborhood, and we'll haul them the rest of the way. Last year, we facilitated the donation of over 10 tons of goods to 2 different charities. Again, our website is markandshilleteam.com. Thanks for watching. We'll see you at our next neighborhood sale.
So each year, we run a series of 5 sales. Each one is in a different part of town of approximately 600 to 700 homes. We will have between 50 and 90 households all holding sales in their own driveways at the same time on a Saturday. The posted hours are 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., but in reality, some shoppers are out there at 7 a.m. Things really slow down after about 11 a.m., so it's like really a 4-hour event. In front of you are the postcards that we use to get the participants who are going to sell. And you also have a map from last week's event. We had one last Saturday. You'll see there's, I think, about 42 households that signed up, but there were probably 10 more that just jumped in at the end. On the reverse side is the shopper's game. Each registered sales site has a different color of stars to give out. When you get all 5 colors, you turn in your game sheet and it goes into a drawing. We award prizes like restaurant gift cards, movie tickets, and small electronics. Some of the prizes are donated by vendors in exchange for advertising. This game and the game sheet are key to getting email addresses to create a database. And I'll explain in a few minutes what we do with those. So why do we do these sales? Well, first, the planet's resources are finite. I'm all for reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I'm sure you get that. I won't spend any more time on that. Second, what we found is that people that had never met their neighbors did so at these events. People parked their cars and walked up and down the streets, and it promotes community. Third, people will do yard sales on their own anyway. The difference is we know the sign laws, so we don't tape signs on light posts or stop signs. We don't make signs out of cardboard boxes, fill them with rocks, and put them in the street. Our signs don't block the line of sight triangle at corners because we avoid doing that. And by eliminating improperly placed signs and encouraging the residents of this area to do their sales all at one time, we believe we've saved the city thousands of dollars in code enforcement time and damage to city property. They like us. Fourth, although I can't define the benefits to the local business community, I do know that lots of folks that come to this event are coming from out of town. Groups drive in from Cuba, Santa Fe, and there's one gentleman that consistently comes from El Paso. That one gentleman was from Antony, New Mexico, which is just outside of El Paso. So he drives 265 miles each way to every one of our events. Over the period of time we have been doing this, the participating sellers have collected about $1.3 million in income to their households. They didn't pay a dime to us for that. They paid not a thing to advertise or to make signs. We've also been able to facilitate the donation of nearly 100 tons of leftover sale goods and clothing to charity and about 15,000 books and CDs to Friends of the Rio Rancho Library to support their programs. Now, I've read the article in the Taos News about your May 12th meeting and what the original proposal was. I believe that budget amount of $36,000 is indeed way too much, and especially too aggressive for a first-time event. Our success with these events was built over a period of years, getting the community educated and developing an email database of shoppers to remind just prior to each of these events. Once we got that, our advertising costs dropped to almost nothing. All we have to do is put up the banners the day prior, send an email out to these folks who are on our list a few days prior, and they show up in droves. I also don't see a good connection between a Cesar Chavez event and this type of an event. I don't believe that those should be done at the same time. Some people may be concerned that Taos doesn't want to be known as a garage sale type of place. The fact is, all kinds of people like garage sales, and they have them. Some of the most frequent sale participants in our events are the $300,000 to $500,000 homes, $300,000 to $500,000 homes that overlook the Rio Grande and the Bosque. They want to clear out their homes, but they want some return on the original purchase of those excess goods. One more suggestion I have is that a citywide event would be too big. Shoppers can only visit so many sale sites in that period of time. At only 5 minutes time at each location and 1 minute in between each one to get to them, you could only see 40 sites in a 4-hour period. You could easily have 200 sale participants in this entire town, and the shoppers would be spread too thin and have a difficult time finding the sales. Splitting the town up and doing several sales would make it workable and would provide multiple opportunities for out-of-town people to come. I could go into much more detail here, but I think you've got the gist of it, and I stand for any questions that you might have.
Mark, thank you for taking your time to come up and speak to us about this issue. So where do you receive your funding from?
I put out the funds to do this. It cost me about $10,000 a year to do all 5 sales, and it's part of the way we give back to our town.
Okay, and that comes out of your business, Caldwell.
Comes out of my pocket. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Mark, could you please give us an idea of how much income some of the houses have brought in since you keep the data?
The average household earns between $300 and $400 in gross income. The record for one household where a vehicle was not involved is $11,000, and the highest with a vehicle, it was an RV, was $13,000.
Are these subject by any chance to any kind of taxes through the state?
Since in the state it requires an account with the state in order to remit taxes, no sales taxes are collected in general at these events unless they happen to also be a business.
A business, I see.
I wish they could. That would be good for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm so grateful that we found out about your yard sales there, because you've pretty much done the homework, and I really, really thank you for taking the time to come up here to speak to us about this.
If you do at some point decide that you want to put these on, whoever's going to run these events, feel free to have them contact me, and I can assist them in more detail at that time.
Do you have any information about the businesses, the gas stations, grocery stores, anybody who benefits?
I don't have access to that information, but when people come from out of town and they're there for a half a day, they're going to have lunch. They're going to get gas. Who knows what else they're going to do? If they're from an outlying area, they may go to Costco, or they may go to Walmart or someplace that they don't have.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Okay.
Councilor Peralta?
Just a couple of questions here. One is, how do you advertise to let people from out of town know that this is going on?
We don't. They find out. They find out through social media. They find out from friends. The people that shop at these events often have a friend that lives in town who tells them about these things. It's really well known. We probably this next year we're going to focus a little more on Facebook and various other means. We haven't had to. We get more than enough folks to come to these events to make them very successful. Mm-hmm.
Who do these go out to?
Those go to the households that are in the neighborhood where we're going to have the sale, just to let them know this is the date, this is what it is. If somebody has just moved in, they won't know. That's why we have a film that they can go to our website and watch. If somebody's new to the neighborhood, the first question they might ask me is, what does it cost? And I say, it's free. And they say, why? And I say, because it is.
Is there any requirements or licensing requirements from the city of Rio Rancho?
Not to have a garage sale. Now, these events are actually classified as a special event. So the sign ordinance treats the signage for the event a little bit differently than it would for a garage sale. But in general, each individual household does it the same way that they would any other garage sale. It's just they don't have all the junk signs all over the place because I take care of it, and I pick them up again.
Thank you.
Councilor Hahn, did you have any?
Good deal.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming up.
My pleasure.
So we'll go ahead and, since Peter's not here yet, we'll go ahead and move on to presentation by Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. A presentation will be given on the status of the ongoing Rocky Mountain Youth Corps project in Kit Carson Park, as well as a proposal for a similar project in Fred Baca Park next year.
Permission to approach?
Please.
You want some legal shows?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager. We're here today at the mayor's request of me to bring Ben in and have him give you a description of the work they've done on their project for this year and talk about what they'd like to do next year. This is Ben Thomas. He's the executive director of the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, and I'll let him take it from here.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you so much for your time. Wanted to introduce not only myself and Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, a local nonprofit who's provided youth development services in the town of Taos for over 20 years now, but also our crew who's working with the town this season. So behind me we've got Crew 15, the Town of Taos crew, who is working over in Kit Carson Park this summer. You've probably seen them in the park, and you will certainly see some of their work in the next week or so. They are doing some acequia work. The main line of the acequia that comes through the park hasn't seen water in over 7 years, and that's changing this summer. They're also involved in some tree survey work with local arborist Paul Bryant Jones, as well as doing some landscaping work on those front planters, which you'll start to see a little bit more evident this week and into next week as the plants are in our office and are soon to be in their respective beds. So that's a little bit of an update of what we're doing this summer. Again, this is a partnership between the Town of Taos, Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, and the state of New Mexico's Youth Conservation Corp. I'm also here as we are looking to again partner with the town on a proposal to the New Mexico State Youth Conservation Corp to do work in Fred Baca Park. Steve and myself have identified that as a high priority project for the town, as well as an appropriate project for a youth corps crew. And in your packet you'll see some of the details outlining what we propose we do to that trail. So we're looking at the Fred Baca Wetlands Trail, a variety of tasks that need to be done to that trail to keep it safe and open to the public. I won't go into great detail of some of those tasks as they are listed there. There are some additional material costs for some of those activities. And then there's also some pictures on that second page that I took that shows some of the examples of some of the things we'll be fixing. In this partnership, the proposal that Rocky Mountain Youth Corps would like to write will cover the costs of the member wages. Rocky Mountain Youth Corps will be able to cover the tools and transportation, and then we would ask the Town of Taos to help cover some of the management costs of that crew. So we are requesting a cash match of $15,000 from the town. That match is to support the program that we have developed. That includes a significant amount of training for our members. That is in the form of our training staff that puts a significant effort into some of the education components that is part of this program, as well as the curriculum that is delivered to the crew. We are also looking to have our staff pattern, which includes a coordinator dedicated to this crew, in addition to the crew supervisor that will be with the crew 24/7. We also employ a coordinator that helps work with the staff and works closely in making sure that the crew has everything they need for the project, and if there's any additional crew management needs, those are taken care of by the coordinator, as well as the fiscal management and the infrastructure of Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. So we are respectfully requesting a decision as early as today, as that proposal is going to be due the beginning of August. We are ready to write the proposal if we get the graces of this group today. So I stand for any questions, and we also, if you have any questions for our crew, they are prepared to respond.
I would love to hear from your crew and see the benefit that it has within our community. If you have one that's, would like to.
Absolutely. Do we have a volunteer from the crew?
How's it going today?
Why don't you introduce yourself first?
My name is Devin Archuleta, and I'm on the Crew 15 Town of Taos crew. And over the course of the job that we've been doing with the acequias and cleaning out the tree roots and junipers that are taking over all the natural plants that are there, it's been a really neat project to restore the park, and because it is a really historical place here, and it's nice to make a difference in the community.
Thank you for your work. Appreciate it. And so, are you from here?
What's that?
Are you from here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know you are, but I just wanted to. I just want to make sure.
And today's his birthday.
Well, happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Any questions, Council, that you might have?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm very grateful to the Corps, and if it's permissible, I would like each member just to introduce themselves, maybe come up, say hi, or stay back there, but
certainly
introductions. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, so if we could have each member of the crew come up, introduce yourself, and maybe what are your next steps after the Corps, or what's a training that you stands out for that you've received so far. So why don't we all come up, and we'll go through and try to make this as quick as possible.
You can use that mic if you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben Raymond Romero, born and raised here in Taos, New Mexico. I am part of Crew 15, Town of Taos. I really enjoy the project. This is my second season here with Rocky Mountain. I feel that what we're doing is great. I really enjoy it, restoring the acequia. Just working in this beautiful historic park. That the town and Rocky Mountain has enabled us to do so. It's been a really great process. I've learned a lot. All these individuals here, my crew members. Couldn't have done it without them. It's a really good project. I I've really had fun, doing it. I've learned a variety of different things over the course of the season, such as a better work ethic, better people skills, and just, like various aspects like that. And, I just thank the town as well as Rocky Mountain for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Leon Gallegos. I'm part of Crew 15, as everyone knows. Over the course of working at Rocky Mountain, I've really learned a lot. It's been a really great experience, just getting to know everybody, talking to people that I never really knew. It's just been great. Can't really speak too well, but there you guys go. I'm Leon.
Thank you.
If you're only comfortable with saying your name, that's fine too, because it gets nerve-wracking when you're not used to coming and speaking in front of everybody.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Gallegos, and I think that Rocky Mountain is a great program for us too, as coming from a perspective of what we do, in that they not only educate us in what we do work-wise, is they offer a lot of things to us educationally, and a lot of trainings and things, and it's just a great opportunity for us. And the projects we do, especially, they help the historical aspects of the parks and different areas that we work in, and it's just I think it benefits everybody at the end of the day. And future plans, I'm going back to college in Albuquerque and at UNM. And there's a stipend award education, and I think that's another thing that really helps us pursue the things that we want to do and educationally. And it's just a great program. And thank you guys for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I'm Deja Marquez, and I work with the Town of Taos crew. This experience with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps has been amazing to me. It's taught me a lot of skills. It's brought me to, to think about what I'm going to be able to do. It helped me think of what I'm going to be able to do in the future. And I'm planning on coming back next year, which is going to be very amazing. And thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
My name is Esteban Valdez. I am the supervisor for Crew 15, and this would be my fourth term working with Rocky Mountain. And the whole reason I'm going to school is working for Rocky Mountain, is all the money I saved and the Ed Awards I've earned. But it's a very great opportunity for kids in the community to learn different situations in life, because you get to know people from different backgrounds and different places that they come from. And out there in the world, that's where you're going to be working. You're working with people who aren't from the little town that you came from. But it's great. I love giving back to the community that we've been taking from all our lives. It's good to contribute to what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jocelyn Maestas, and working with Rocky Mountain has taught me good work ethic skills and how to trust people. And it's just a really good program, and I enjoy it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Enoch Garner, and I'm with Crew 15, Town of Taos. And Rocky Mountain Youth Corps has been very beneficial, I feel, on the community and everybody who works with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. It gets us the Ed Award, which will help us younger people trying to go into college and pay for all that. It also helps by benefiting the landscape and helping our own community and helping everybody out, and it feels good to get back. And it's really just been great working, because I feel like it's helped gain trust with a lot of the people here. I've known a lot of these people, but a lot of the people I don't know, I was able to relate to. And it just helps a lot of teamwork, and we've worked hard, and I feel like this is a good program for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Isaiah Romero. Isaiah Hiron. I've been working with Rocky Mountain on the Town of Taos crew 15, and it feels like I've gained better communication skills, able to work as a team better, and just making the community a better place. And that's all. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I think these young people deserve a big round of applause.
Hey, you guys come up here and take a picture. You too, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, I'm glad to see there's women on the crew. My daughter was real involved with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, and when she went to CNM, the funds that the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps provided was really helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Stop knocking the name tags off.
Thank you, staff. Very Rocky Mountain Youth Corps.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Council, one of the reasons is, that I wanted this on the agenda is because, as we continue to move forward, our youth is so important in the community. It just gives them an opportunity to, take ownership of some of the projects that we have in our community. And, it actually not only does that, but it actually gives us an opportunity within the community to get some other work done that probably wouldn't get done through Steve, through Steve's work. I don't want to say that he wouldn't do it. I just saying it would take a lot longer to get it done. That
we don't have the resources now.
Right, we don't have. Yeah. I put my foot in my mouth, Steve. Sorry about that, but I didn't mean it. That you know how I meant it. But I think it's an opportunity for the youth of our community to work along with Steve's crew and Ben. I think it just brings a lot to the community. I know this was brought to us as a presentation item. I don't know that we budgeted the money, but I would like to see that if the council agrees, if we could give direction to see if we can't find the money to get this next project done. I think it's a project that's well worth it, not only with the youth of our community, but just in general, things that need to get done in the community is great projects. So, and our acequias, and we continue to, try to do more for our youth, and we have a young gentleman that we have, we try to, alcohol-free, tobacco-free, drug-free programs that we can help promote. So. Council, anything?
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to reinforce, I would like to, I agree with you, to ask staff to begin looking at a collaborative agreement with Rocky Mountain on this initiative. And report back to us as to the finances, etc.
Mr. Mayor, given the time frame for this grant, what I would suggest is that we did appropriate, I think it was about $83,000 for the community service block grant, which this program could fall under. And given that council already authorized the expenditure of that money for community-related services, and one of those priorities is youth activities and training, that if you would give discretion to the staff, that we would make an exception to the competitive process due to the time frame on this, and could come back to council. I could email you a copy of the proposal for your consensus in time to make that grant.
Councilwoman?
I am a full supporter of Rocky Mountain Youth Corp. I've had so much experience in my own life and my family with it. I fully believe in them.
Councilman Peralta?
Since it's not on the agenda as an action item,
Yeah,
I would like to have it on the agenda for next meeting on the 23rd.
Second.
28th, I think.
On our next available meeting.
Yeah, and then we can make the formal approval of it. Since we have it budgeted and that, we can go ahead and make the application, and we'll just formalize it.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for all your work and your continued efforts in our community. And thank you.
You guys rock. And girls.
So we'll go ahead and move on to, I see Mr. Vigil came in, and we'll go to a Taos Soil and Water Conservation presentation, discussion, consideration, possible approval to participate in a grant submission by the Taos Soil and Water Conservation District to the Peter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I understand you're having a big meeting, and
yes, I'm attending two meetings at once.
I know you pulled yourself away to be here this afternoon. We appreciate that.
Well, first thing I'd like to say is it's a good day for acequias today, and a good day for the youth. It's been a while since I've come before the council, and last time I made a presentation to you about what we do, and since then we've been thinking about how we can assist you with assisting acequias within the town boundary. I'd like to say that we've gotten an intern, and I have him currently working on mapping all the ditches that are within the town boundaries so that we can get a scope together of what we need to do to team up to help those acequias survive. And that project is currently underway. There's a wonderful intern from UNM-Taos, Mr. David Atencio, and currently he's doing GIS for us and also helping us with our other programs that we have at the district. I've come before you today, however, to let you know that when we were thinking about how we were going to actually put our boots on the ground to go ahead and go within the town boundaries, find out which ditches were in trouble or which ones had gotten covered up or which ones were viable. It's a tremendous project. It's a daunting project, and it requires some manpower. And what we've come up with is a program that complements the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. Soil and water conservation districts have a very good relationship with the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resource Department, which is New Mexico State Forestry, and the other government agencies within the state of New Mexico, which the Youth Conservation Corp Commission is a part of. And we are going to be submitting a grant to the Youth Conservation Corp, or YCCC for short, to help to employ some youth to map the acequias with GPS units and to put that data into ArcGIS software to go ahead and get electronic maps of the adjudicated areas within the boundaries of the town of Taos. Once that's accomplished, they will physically visit each and every one with the permission of the private landowners as well, so that we can assess the condition of those acequias and see what programs are available to remedy some of the obstacles or some of the infrastructure deficiencies that might be present in those areas. The grant, currently my staff is working on it. I've assembled a team of advisors. Mr. Ernie Lopez is our education coordinator. He was a teacher in the Taos Municipal Schools for many years. He is spearheading the program for us. And we've also have Miss Carla Chavez, who is a great teacher at Taos High School, working with both the Taos Municipal Schools and UNM-Taos. The good thing about this grant is that what we'd like to do is we'd like to have participation within the high school. And what we mean by that is once we start this, we'd like to start it with sophomores and juniors. By the time they reach seniors, they are the leaders, and they will be helping to train some of the other kids. So it's almost like the old Youth Conservation Corp that was in the schools back in the early 60s and 70s. Mr. David Gilroy, who is an alumnus of Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, has agreed to be our initial trainer in this project. We have multiple partners and multiple projects that we will be working on in the years to come. The BLM has outreached to us to map noxious weeds on the camp areas, so we will be doing that as a sub-project next summer. We are also working with the village of Cuesta to help restore the Hunts Pond area. And if those of you aren't familiar with the village of Cuesta, there's a little park area in Embargo, which is near Cuesta, that was called the Hunts Pond. And it was the site of a super fun cleanup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I see.
And what we'd like to do is we'd like to beautify it and do that as well. So we have these 3 projects that we're working on. And I just wanted to come before you today to humbly ask that you support us in submitting this grant. There is no financial obligation that we are asking from the town. We're going to spearhead this, and we're going to, in the spirit of partnership, work with you to help you manage and help you help acequias within your town boundaries.
So, Peter, are you asking for a letter of support?
That would be great.
Okay. Councilman Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, looking at this thing, I would think that we would need a resolution of partnership with the Soil Conservation District for this grant, and rather than a letter. And I propose approval of that resolution.
So we can bring a resolution back on our next meeting then for approval. Okay. Can do that. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor. Peter, I just asked that, since you're probably familiar with it, that we're also endorsing a green printing process with the land trusts and the National Trust for Public Lands. If you guys can share data layers, it would certainly make it easier on everybody rather than trying to duplicate work.
I've been approached by Commissioner Blankenhorn, and I think it's a similar suggestion that we're looking for the groundwater data on our groundwater layers from our GIS wing of the SWCD to put forth for this green printing project, and we think it's a win-win. We've been trying to disseminate this data to the public for a long time now. We don't have the capability to do so. We feel that information is awareness, and information and knowledge is the most important thing to our constituents. So we would be more than amiable to sharing any data set layers that we have so that you can make this a success.
Thank you.
Councilor Hahn?
Mr. Vigil, I just want to thank you, your staff, and the board at Taos Soil and Water for working with the town, for your expertise, knowledge, and muscle. This is a concrete step forward today with our acequias. We just heard from Rocky Mountain and the work they've been doing at the park. There's been a collaborative group working on restoration and revitalization of Rio Fernando from the headwaters down, and now with Taos Soil and Water, BLM, U.S. Forest Service collaborating. I think I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to stop the transgression of our acequias and revitalize that oh so important sustainable initiative. But most of all, Senor Vigil, I want to thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the council also for letting me come before you. Before I leave, I have a brief update about another conservation issue that might be of interest to the council. Briefly, the Carson Natural Forest is rewriting its land management plan for the forest. This is an opportune time for the Soil and Water Conservation District, the Town of Taos, and Taos County to get together, analyze priorities, and have a one vision voice for management of our federal lands. As you all know, those of us in the valley depend heavily on what the forest provides. Management decisions on federal lands affect landowners within the valley tremendously. And I would like to put forth an invitation to participate with the Soil and Water in its land use plan, which is our one voice to say what our priorities are as private landowners away from the federal interface. And that will get us to the table to make sure that these decisions that are made on federal lands don't adversely affect our constituency. So I invite you in that endeavor.
And thank you, Peter.
Is that Councilor Hahn? Is that this meeting that we attended? I think here was there one of the meetings we're here?
Yeah, didn't we just have that master planning session about a month ago here in these chambers?
There's a few going on all over.
More.
Right now, I'm attending the ones in Abiquiu, East Rio Riba Soil and Water, Chama Soil and Water, Taos Soil and Water, and the city of Espanola are collaborating on that Carson Forest Plan. So I think maybe what we could do is synchronize our schedules and our calendars, and hopefully we can come up with some great ideas that'll help future generations to come with these land management decisions.
So, thank you, Peter.
Thank you, sir.
Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
put me on your mailing list, please?
Yes, ma'am, I
For any
will.
of the meetings that are coming up. You guys meet you had a meeting this morning?
It's going on right now, and I'm headed back.
And you're headed back, but it's the third
Wednesday of every month. Yes, ma'am.
At 9 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I can put it on my calendar. But yeah, please put me on your email list.
We'd love to have you. And anyone else interested in soil and water conservation is welcome to attend the meeting as well.
And a great year for water in our acequias this year. There's water running in a lot of the acequias that we haven't seen in a number of years. So, and there's a lot that need to be cleaned up to get more water in them. So, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak with you more about the thistles that are out of control in all the fields all around. So I'll give you a call.
Thank you.
Councilman, Councilman Peralta. And
this doesn't have anything to do with it's not conservation at all, but it just reminded me that on the green print in the sponsorship from the town and approval of that sponsorship, I was hoping to see that this week at this meeting, but see if we can get it on the next meeting, Mr. Mayor, and get that accomplished and get that partnership going, because it's going to help him as well and all of the community in getting all that stuff together in a consolidated format for people to be able to use.
Sounds like it's a year of partnership.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hahn.
And just so that when Peter goes back to the office, it does state here, discussion, possible approval to participate in a grant submission. So I'd like to move that the council participate in this grant submission by the Taos Soil and Water Conservation District.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Hahn, that's what I asked in that resolution rather than a letter to participate. So that'll come up at the next meeting.
Right, it will. My concern is they're in the process, Councilman Peralta, of wanting to begin that grant process now, and they need some kind of an indicator from us as to whether we are willing to participate or not. I understand that we need to formally resolve it, but what are your thoughts on that, Councilman?
Well, it can be made a motion to have a resolution adopting our participation in the grant process, and that's what I was trying to get to.
So will that work for you, Peter?
Yes, and I might want to also say that we also have a written agreement that we're going to work together on projects like this anyways. That was signed when I first came back to you guys over a year ago with the MOU, and some of those educational events were in that MOU. So I think we're covered on all bases, and whatever formalities you guys have to deal with, go ahead. We'll take this as a yes that you want to participate, and we'll go ahead and proceed forwardly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villa.
So next we'll go on to item D, presentation by Julie Martinez.
So Julie's not obviously not here today, but Adonis and myself will fill in.
Adonis. Just as you get started, just your name for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Chris Weathers. I'm with Taos Alive Coalition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, Manager Bellis. My name is Adonis Trujillo, also with the Taos Alive Coalition. Adonis Trujillo.
I just wanted to, before I start, to make sure, do all of you have a hard copy of the resolution?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So, like I said, we represent Taos Alive Coalition, and we're federally funded to affect substance abuse prevention within Taos County, and is specifically geared towards Taos County youth. We have targeted those efforts even more succinctly to the realms of alcohol and prescription pill abuse, as those were prevalent issues in our community. So most recently, we've been working with a statewide coalition called Alcohol Taxes Save Lives and Money. And so I apologize, Mr. Sutter, I'm going to need your help to get through the PowerPoint. Would it be too... Oh, very good. That's so much easier. Thank you. And so the reason being is that we're looking at reducing harm. We're funded to change policy, which makes environmental changes. We make changes across a bigger population. This is a copy of the resolution on the slide that you have in front of you. I won't bore you with reading through it, but would encourage you to do so as I go through the presentation. So the reason that we're doing this is New Mexico is ranked number 1 in the nation in per capita deaths when it comes to alcohol-related harm and death. It's a number 1 ranking that we don't really want to have. And I'm sorry, I can't read the numbers from here, but second behind us is the next state. It's a pretty big gap as far as the numbers. 16% of New Mexicans that die, it happens because of an alcohol-related issue. We break that down a little bit further to look at Taos County from our youth risk and resiliency surveys that Rocky Mountain Youth Corps does. And we see in the green our county rates, and then in the blue our state rates. So across the board, looking at grades 9 through 12 in Taos County, ever drank alcohol, first drink before age of 13, which we know that an early age of onset significantly increases chances for addiction and abuse later on in life. Current drinking, binge drinking, extreme binge drinking, and drink on school property, all of which are higher than state averages in our community. So this slide is here to let you know that the following information and projections came about through a study that the Bernalillo County Health Commission, Health and Social Services were paid, I think, somewhere around $15,000 to project. And a lot of the information is from Centers for Disease Control, and it's their recommendation that to reduce harm, we raise a tax. So when I talk about raising taxes, usually we all cringe because 2 things are certain, death and taxes, and Lord knows we don't need any more of them. But I wanted to give you a comparison of what we're paying right now in related harms in our state. This was a 2006 study, State Costs of Excessive Alcohol Consumption, so the numbers are a little bit old. It was from the American Journal of Preventive Medicine. And in New Mexico, we're looking at a $1.8 billion a year price tag on related harms from alcohol abuse and use. That breaks down to about $2.36 per drink, which is an important number because the tax that we're looking at introducing into legislation is an excise tax, so it is per volume. It breaks down again to about $960 a person as New Mexican taxpayer, whether you drink or not. That's what we pay in related harms and burdens from the harms that stem from alcohol abuse. So the reason that we're looking at a tax is because the CDC has 2 recommendations to reduce harm. Number 1 is to reduce the number of outlets or reduce the number of places that sell alcohol. The number 2 recommendation is to raise a tax. We saw with tobacco that taxes were raised at 2 significant times in history, and at those 2 significant times use dropped. And the CDC has it defined even further into a mathematical formula where they say when you raise a tax by X amount, you reduce harms by Y amount. And that's some of the projections that we'll see a little bit later. Some of the studies that they look at and the specifics are that we see fewer motor vehicle crashes and fatalities, less impaired driving, less mortality from liver cirrhosis, less all-cause mortality. And also effects were demonstrated for measures involving violence, sexually transmitted disease, and alcohol dependence. So these are some of the things that we're looking at wanting to prevent and the harm reduction in our community. So back to the taxes. The CDC says, that when we raise the tax to reduce harm, we save lives, we prevent underage drinking, we reduce alcohol dependence and abuse, violence, we create jobs. We talk about raising a tax and legislation, and political parties get involved, but it's been shown through a model in Maryland where they passed a 10 cent per drink tax that people cross political lines to support good health, good policy. We are looking to want to earmark funds for specific uses, and I'll get to that a little bit later. But that's where the continued health care coverage and prevention, intervention, and treatment components come in. Just to give you an idea of the history of alcohol tax and where it's at, the numbers on the left, the vertical column, are the percent of the state's total general revenue. So we can see that at some high points in 1977, in the early 80s, we were up to about 0.8% of the state's total funds that came from alcohol taxes. Because the cost of living increases and the cost of alcohol increases, but the size of a 12-ounce can of beer does not increase, excise tax has stayed the same. So the increased prices have been total profit margin for alcohol companies. This was part of the Bernalillo County study. We look at what we're going to pay if this were to pass. 49% of New Mexicans reported as being abstainers, not drinking at all. 32.1% of New Mexicans report drinking, but don't fall into categories that are classified by CDC as either binge drinking or heavy drinking. And then we see the 18.9% of New Mexicans that do fall into those categories, where interestingly enough, the majority of that 18.9% make over $60,000 a year. So lower income class, socioeconomic class, drink more in one setting, and the higher socioeconomic classes drink more over time. So that constitutes the people that would get hit the hardest with the tax. The 49% of New Mexicans that don't drink won't see an extra penny. And because of the market situation, they are anticipating, I don't know how they project it, but this was the study from Bernalillo County, that the market's going to absorb some of this 25 cent per drink. So the 32% of New Mexicans who drink, let's say, responsibly and don't fall into the excessive and binge drinking categories are projected, if 25 cents a drink were to pass, to spend about an extra $10 a year. And out of the class of people that are classified as excessive or binge drinking, we can see a projected hit of about $52 a year. So even people that are in a category of drinking where we see harms to our community happen, that 18.9% that drink excessively or binge drink, where those harms are coming out, are looking at paying about $1 a week more. So we're not looking at a heavy tax. And just a reminder, that's opposed to the $960 that we all pay in related harm. So the study projects that with a 25 cent per drink increase, we'll save 52 lives a year. We can prevent 306 violent acts. We can prevent 12,000 cases of alcohol dependence. And that's really the goal of this measure, is to reduce harm. The proposed tax, if it were to pass at 25 cents a drink, would generate $154 million a year in the state revenue. The coalition wants to try and have those funds earmarked for specific causes, at about 52% of that $154 million to go to help the state meet its Medicaid match. We're projecting a downfall with the more than 20,000 New Mexicans that are now thankfully insured. The state's having to come up with more money to meet that. And it makes good policy as well. We get more support and people get behind a health matter. Number one, if the tax were to pass, we are going to reduce the harm. That's empirically proven. But if we can get the other side of that coin and have these funds earmarked to hit the Medicaid match, the other 48% looking at wanting to earmark to divide up among the 33 counties in our state, with specific funds for prevention, intervention, and treatment, and then the remainder of those funds to go to our counties. And that's all in the works. Those are things that we have people with Santa Fe Prevention Alliance that are working in legislation on outlet density task force, and know a little bit more about that than I do. I just know that that's the intent behind this measure. The flip side of this is that with a 25 cent per drink increase, there's the $154 million in state revenues. If we were to be able to earmark those funds to help the Medicaid coverage, it's projected that we could create about 2,800 jobs in that field. The biggest component here that I want to stress to you today is that the projections for our youth and our young people are that we could decrease the use among ages 12 to 20 by 13%, which equates to 7,150 young lives that we can affect with legislation and reduce the harm there. It would reduce the cost by about $20 million. And it would decrease the number of binge drinking among teens by about 4,600 people. Again, we look at the other side of this is that if the 25 cent per drink tax were to pass, we would see a 10% reduction in overall consumption. And that then is projected to generate, $128 million in increased productivity, because we have less people missing work or calling in hungover, fewer on-the-job accidents by that reduction in use. So again, the main goal of this thing is that we want to gain support at local levels. I'll mention to you that we've presented to the County Commission, to the Kit Carson board of the board at Kit Carson. They both unanimously supported the measure, as well as our Taos County DWI task force, our Juvenile Justice Advisory Board, and several other local entrepreneurs. And the list goes on. We want to make this a campaign issue in 2016 and get the same resolution signed by our state representatives and legislatures so that it can go into legislative session in 2017 with their support. And I probably have this is the last slide. One of the arguments was that if we increase a tax, people will travel elsewhere to buy alcohol. So going back again, if the whole 25 cents were to pass, which legislation may not pass any of it, or they may reduce the amount. But if we got what we were asking for, the average New Mexican that drinks is going to pay about $10 more a year. And one of the closest places that you could border hop to get beer is 30 minutes away from Hobbs is Seminole, Texas. So the question then becomes, would you drive 30 minutes for a quarter to save a quarter, which it really relates to more than that. I know there were some other concerns about Taos being a tourist town and the attraction there, and I really just I don't think that even if it passed at 25 cents, it's going to be something that we're going to see as detrimental to the prices of alcohol or anything like that. It's a statewide measure. It would hit at the distribution level, so it would move across both state and tribal lands. It's the same way that they passed the tobacco tax. And so our ask today is that the council would endorse this measure, this resolution, and sign your names to it. I open for questions. That's all I have as far as presentation.
Councilman Peralta?
Yeah, Chris, I have some questions for you on this. 25 cents a drink, but it's going to be at the distribution level. So for a fifth of bourbon, what would the actual tax be on that?
That is a difficult question to answer. The information was broken down by the Bernalillo County into 25 cents per drink, because that's an easy way to kind of relay the information. So what constitutes a drink is 12 ounces of beer or 1.5 ounces of whiskey. The actual percentages, I don't know. I do have the complete study from Bernalillo County. It was agreed upon by the state coalition that we wouldn't release that information until Bernalillo County commissioners have their press release, as not to steal their thunder.
So how many ounces in a fifth of bourbon? I'm just trying to look at it and say, is it because it's the wholesale level now. On a beer, that means on a six-pack, you're looking at $1.50 increase.
Well,
but if you're looking at a bottle of wine, what is that going to be, and what is it going to be on hard liquor? And I can look at previous information on increases in taxes in the past, and actually even consumption that had no relationship to taxes. And hard liquor has taken the biggest fall, and numbers going down compared to beer and wine. They haven't dropped as much as hard liquor has dropped. Mm-hmm. And some of that has no relationship to consumption. But I mean, not the consumption, but I'm just saying to the price of it. Just some of it has to do with social trends. The other thing is that one of the things I don't see in your study is what has happened within. Let's see, is it San Juan County and McKinley County, which have a higher tax rate on alcohol than any other counties? And the information I've received in past years was that it didn't change the consumption at all, a tax increase. And in some cases, the extra money that was generated didn't get to the proper area where we really need, and that's prevention and working on how do we train or teach people not to use alcohol in excess. So that's the real problem, is how do we change social trends or cultures to be more not in the area of that. So because the preventions that we showed in those two counties didn't show any improvement by the increases in the taxes. The sales stayed the same, and the problem still remained in the same levels. So the other question I have is that the guarantee that's in this resolution saying that we will save these many lives, it's not will, we could. If we change prevention, create more prevention, more treatment that works, then we can do these things. But just by increasing taxes doesn't fix the problem. We have to change the society and the culture, and that's part of what the money will be used for. And that's what we should talk about, is saying, if we do this, we have a possibility of doing these things. It won't happen automatically. And the problem that you have is that I don't know how much this is going to increase the tax on these things, and so you have to look at it from that standpoint too, and say, if it increases a tax on a fifth of bourbon by $10 and only $1.50 on a 6-pack of beer, you're not going to get the tax passed the way you want it to have it. And that's why I'm saying you got to have it by numbers of actual relationship to how the market product is in place.
Yes, sir. And so the only information I have on how it actually hits the consumer was what was generated through the Bernalillo County report at the $10 a year. I did want to address the changing community norms and speaking to that. And this is an attempt at one measure that we're following because it's endorsed by CDC, and they have given the empirical evidence that the increase in tax does reduce harm. It's by no means an answer or a fix-all to the problem. In Maryland, they asked, and that's the model that we were following because they were successful in passing a 10-cent per drink tax. They asked for the funds to be earmarked, and the state passed the tax, but sent all the funds to the state's general fund. So they won in the respect that if we trust the studies that say when you increase the tax you decrease the harm, but they are in the process of going back to legislation trying to get those funds earmarked for prevention, intervention, and treatment. In this matter, we looked at earmarking a good chunk of the funds for the Medicaid match because it makes sense, and also because alcohol lobby is a big machine, and having some of the bigger medical providers at the table gave us a little bit more lobbying power at the state level. I wish I had the answer to what it would break down to exactly per drink. I know that the projection was made as far as the 25 cent per drink. We're talking about per volume, and what constitutes a drink across different types of alcohol is different, and not all of that cost coming back to the consumer. Because the excise tax hasn't been raised in quite a while, and because is a very small tax at the distribution level now. The study that was put out projected that the market is going to absorb some of the cost. I know you probably had more than a few more questions in there, but I don't know if I answered them all or not. Or
Councilor Hahn?
Some of that you couldn't answer.
Mr. Weathers, thank you, and Don, thank you. I'm totally supportive of this endeavor. However, the correlations which imply great confidence in my research did not give me a confidence level saying that we are 95%, something akin to, or 95% sure that this correlation is indeed fact. Mm-hmm. I don't doubt it, and I don't want to get hung up on that. But as I read through the resolution, similar to Councilman Peralta, I have a problem with 25 cents a drink. So, I mean, if it's, what is a drink? It seems very subjective. And so I would suggest, and this isn't necessarily your problem, but that we deal with percentages or something that can be broken out in a fair and understandable manner. I think as a selling point, 25 cents a drink is nice, but there are also 3 levels of taxation on alcohol products in the state of New Mexico. Mm-hmm. Whiskey being the highest, or hard liquor being the highest, and then there's a second tier, and then I think the lowest tier is beer. And so I'm going to guess it would impact all of those 3 tiers. And in a resolution like that, it might be important to make reference to it in some fashion. But here's my real problem. There is no doubt, as a social worker, you know this, that, and I know this, that treatment is by far and away the way to go. And when I go to the bottom of the resolution and see that one goal is to expand treatment programs, another is to reimburse cities and counties for the cost of alcohol-related harms, and then finally continued health care coverage under medical expenses, medical expansion, I have a couple of nasty, dark questions. First of all, I would really like to see any kind of tax pretty much going into treatment. And I wish there was a percentage there, that the recommendation of the legislature and the governor is that 85% go into treatment facilities. There is no doubt. The RAND studies, you know this. Lots of verification on this. That treatment is the way to go. And putting them in the county lockup is exactly not the way to go. But that's another issue. Reimbursing cities and counties for alcohol-related harm. So I was thinking to myself as I was sitting by myself, alone by myself, one night by myself, about a drunk driver running into, it was supposed to be a joke, you guys. That's for my grandson. Drunk driver running into a fire hydrant. Creams fire hydrant, and luckily, he's not too badly injured. And so, as the Town of Taos, who do I send, or who do we send that bill to fix the harm that was done to our town? I'd like greater clarification there. There it is. Okay, I'd like greater clarification. And then here's my dark, nasty, evil thought. And I'm hoping that I'm totally wrong on this, but I'm going to guess that this is an initiative out of the governor's office to address the shortfall that she's experiencing in Medicaid, that we're all experiencing, in Medicaid coverage, and that this is one way to close that gap. And I would be very grateful as a citizen and as a counselor if she or whoever is the source of this resolution would come right out and say that, because my suspicion is that very little is going to go into treatment. There'll be no reimbursement to counties and towns for the harm done, and it's all going to go into Medicaid. Now, I don't necessarily mind that, but I do mind the fact that, from my very twisted way of thinking, these other two issues, treatment and reimbursing towns for alcohol-related costs, is simply a red herring or a ruse to get a tax to increase or decrease that Medicaid lack. Mm-hmm. And so I was going to come into this meeting and ask for a continuance. I would like to sit down with the Taos Alive team and really craft something that works well. I'm going to guess, Chris, that this is kind of a template sent to Taos Alive from someone in Santa Fe. I don't know. But there's some issues here that I think really need to be cleaned up. And I think if this resolution passed every municipality and every issue, every county government, that the legislature, which has a powerfully influenced by the alcohol lobby, is going to fight this. And I'll predict right now that they're going to win unless we show a unified front. And I would like to see an airtight resolution. And I would also like to stop the trickle down that our governor seems to exhibit, if I'm right, and I hope I'm not, but if I'm right about this, and this is simply a ruse to raise taxes so that our governor can say, well, I never raised taxes, it was the municipalities, it was the county governments that did, I didn't do it. And then in the meantime, take all that dough and stick it into Medicaid, which ain't necessarily a bad thing, but let's be honest. And so I hesitate even bringing it up with you, Chris, because you and Taos Alive are not, you're, as you said, you're trying to move an initiative forward. I, as a counselor, as a town counselor, have an issue with these open-ended results. I mean, how much goes into treatment?
So, if I may, the contact information at the bottom of the page, Dr. Peter D. Benedictis is the go-to person from the state coalition. So we're working along with Santa Fe Prevention Alliance. Unfortunately, the efforts have been concentrated in northern New Mexico and more specifically the Rio Grande corridor. We're trying to incorporate some support from Bernalillo County. We've got some support from as far south as Las Cruces, but it is a bit lopsided as far as a statewide initiative. The resolution was drafted by the statewide coalition of which Taos Alive is a part, and the statements are, I believe, in the spirit of the ask rather than the end result. We recognize the power of alcohol lobby, so the natural counter is to try and get some power behind our own lobbying force. And what seemed to make the best sense in a public health model and a harm reduction model was to look at where the state needed some money to get, and who's a big player at the table. And that's where the 52% of the proposed tax going to Medicaid expansion came from. It came out of the coalition. There was nothing from the governor's office.
So you do have percentages in? 52% goes into Medicaid?
So at this point, because we're looking to present this into legislation in 2017, it's in the working process by the state coalition. They put this together and they said, can we agree at this point to say that if this tax passes, we want to ask for 52% of the $154 million to be dedicated to the state's Medicaid match. The other 48%, and this is where the discussion is still open, how does that get divided among... Now we're in the Taos Alive's perfect world where legislation has passed a 25-cent per drink tax. How does the other 48% get divided among 33 counties? Obviously, every county wouldn't get an equal cut, as Bernalillo County probably has a bigger need than McKinley or Quay County or one of the not small counties, but with less people. So that's a discussion. Meetings are monthly in Santa Fe. The next one is August 12th. If anybody wants information on the meetings, I will leave my business card and I will email you the calendar invite. We are, and that's where the statements come from. Reimbursing cities and counties for the cost of alcohol-related harms is a little bit flowery for my taste, but what they're speaking to there is that, once again, going back to the CDC studies that say if you raise a tax this much, you reduce harm this much. We're looking at reducing the costs that the cities are paying. If people are drinking less, there won't be as many drunk drivers running into fire hydrants. And then on the other hand, if we get the double win and the money's coming back, then there's a little bit there for prevention. I would love to say that 90% of it goes to treatment as well, but really unrealistic in our capabilities as a coalition to think that we could pass it in legislation without some bigger lobbying power. So that's where the big sell was in looking at the Medicaid match.
Do you know, Mr. Withers, how I know in Texas they just passed this, and Maryland, of course, also. Texas opted for a 10-cent, and they use the same terminology, 10 cents per drink.
Yeah,
which makes me crazy.
Right.
A drink for some of us is a fifth, and a drink for others is a snifter. So I don't know where that.
I agree with you, I should have come with percentages. I've recognized the need to be able to explain that better.
Do you know
prior to this meeting?
Do you know why New Mexico chose 25% and our neighboring state Texas chose 10?
I'm unaware of Texas' efforts, but if they are following the forerunner, cents per drink. If they're following the suit with Maryland, which is, these guys are traveling across the country putting on trainings and stuff. That's where we came across this model to build, local coalitions, make it a campaign issue, take it to legislation the next year. We're following the way that Maryland did it. Maryland passed a 10-cent per drink tax. The statewide coalition that was working together in Santa Fe opted for a 25-cent per drink tax because of the numbers that our state holds with being number one in the nation, deaths per capita. We felt like more people getting hurt and suffering, so we asked for a bit more money.
And yet we're asking that of the second poorest state in the second poorest county of the second poorest state of the nation, in the nation. So those are some of our demographics. Not that that's a reasonable defense, but just a statistical fact. But yes, I just wondered why Tejas gets 10 cents and we're looking at 25. But that's a reasonable explanation. I want to emphasize again, too, the correlations are very strong, that the higher the tax resulting in a higher cost, the lower the unintended consequences of wrecks and destroyed livers and families and so on. But okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Weather.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor.
I commend anybody who wants to take the demon of alcohol on. It's so vicious and so ugly and so deep. A resolution is basically a gentleman's agreement, and an example that I want to use is cigarettes. They used to be really cheap, 50 cents a pack, and over the decades they've gone up and up and up and over $5. And people who have the addictive personalities, they're going to pay it. They don't care if it's 25 cents more for a drink. They're going to pay it. And in the perfect world, this all sounds good and perfect and wonderful, but the human error of this world is so ugly and vicious. And $154 million is an awful lot of money. And most recently we saw the fiasco of what happened at Tri-County. And the people who manage the money seem to get top-heavy rather than doing what is supposed to be done, and the people getting the money. And I've really lost my faith in human nature. And it would be nice if this 25-cent increase would be to go after the alcohol companies themselves to make them pay for the damage, the increases in everything, and for the families to benefit from the alcohol companies who reimburse them for deaths, domestic violence, birth defects, whatever the problem may be. But I think you're tackling something that is enormous. And the way that this is written, I just, at this point, don't feel like I can support it, the way it's written.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councilman Peralta.
Yeah. Our manager just came up and said that it would be $15 on a quart of hard liquor.
If the entire tax was absorbed by the consumer.
Well, no, if the entire tax was based upon the size of the bottle, which would be, as you're saying, 1.5 ounces, you run that into a quart, it would be a total of $15 increase in the cost of that bottle. That's not going to pass. So the problem is that, in many cases when I look at 25 cents for a drink, that would be at the consumption level, which would be in the bar or the restaurant or whatever. And then you can see how that evens out. But when you apply it at the wholesale level, it changes the dynamics tremendously. And so when you look at it, there isn't any way that you're going to get $15 increase on a bottle of bourbon. So, when you look at it, you say, okay, it's $1.50 on a 6-pack. You're probably going to be looking at maybe $3 increase on a bottle of bourbon. So to get the $150 million that you're talking about, it isn't going to work without increasing the tax higher than that. But on the other hand, I'm running into the same issues that I mentioned earlier, and that I have with Councilmember Hahn and Councilmember Cantu, and in this resolution, it's not realistic, and we need to do some work on it before I think that I could support it as well, and I think that's what we need to do, is work on this thing to make it a much more realistic one, and get those percentages in there and look at how the money is really going to be spent, because the first thing you're going to run up to in the legislature, and I got a lot of experience there, is that if you don't give them a good, solid game plan, they're not going to buy it. Mm-hmm. In other words, they're going to look at this thing and say, this is just a smoke and mirror sort of thing for somebody else's agenda, and they're not going to buy it. And that's going to be where the lobbyists for the liquor industry are going to come in and hit hard with the legislature to stop the tax.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind me asking, where could I improve this resolution as far as the parts that you referred to as unrealistic? I just in the
I think you're going to have to look at by product. In other words, you're going to have to say if it's this type of a product, this is what the tax would be on that by volume. In other words, if it's a quart, if it's a fifth, if it's a gallon, or whatever it is, this is the amount of tax that would be on there. And then then that becomes much more palatable than somebody who's saying 25 cents a drink. It doesn't mean anything, especially when you nail it to a hard liquor, which, for example, normal bottle of wine is between 4 and 5 drinks per bottle, but that depends upon who's pouring. And so, and that's true. So there's a lot of those things that factor into what is considered to be a drink, and this is what Councilmember Hahn was bringing up. And so, it just depends on that. But when you get into the bottle size and you start looking at what is normally the amount, as you said before, of a hard liquor drink at a bar, and if you base it on that, then it makes it unreasonable, and that's where they're going to nail you. So you've got to come back and say what you're going to do to each type of product and what is the tax increase you're asking for. And then that's something that can sell.
Thank you.
Councilor Hahn?
So I guess, Chris, I just need a little clarification. This resolution is a statewide template. So everybody's looking at this right now.
Yes, sir.
Has anyone else expressed any of these concerns, or you don't know because it's still so new getting out there?
Not where I've presented, and I've done all the ones in Taos. We've had the questions come up before. I have to defer to, at this point, the study that was given to us in the slideshow from Bernalillo County that projected the business model where the market was going to take some of that and it equal about $10 a year more for what we consider an average drinker or somebody that's not excessive in New Mexico. So that
this
was
is
their projection.
So this is a template, though,
yes,
going
sir.
around.
Yes, sir.
So what you're hoping for is basically what everyone else has done, which is to say, oh, yeah, that looks good. My problem is realistically, as Councilman Peralta was saying, by the time you get down to Santa Fe, they're not going to take it seriously. I actually would like to propose, pending the mayor's and your approval, maybe not a full-blown work study, but at least I would like to get together with you or Taos, or if you're even willing to do this, to try and hammer some of this out, and I'd certainly be willing to make the time to come to your next meeting and talk about it if that's or whatever. So I would actually ask that this item be continued so that we can maybe hammer something out. On the other hand, if we hammer it out, but the rest of the state is going with the original resolution, then we're just spinning our wheels, and we need to cut to the chase and go up or down on the resolution as it stands right now. I'd also, in talking with a couple of professionals in the field about this resolution, one of their main concerns was, gee, we're throwing money at the problem, and statistically it looks like it's going to work, and it probably will, but we don't have a plan. There is not, and when I look at our little county, we don't have a residential treatment center. We cuff and stuff them. They're shipped out to, if they have the insurance, to go into treatment. So what's our plan? Are we just... So, Chris, I know that you did not expect any of this. It should have been a slam dunk, but I think better to tease it out now and maybe get in the weeds a little bit than to get further down the line only to find out that, well, we needed to give percentages. We needed to talk to the public about 25 cents a drink, but legislatures about percentages and that kind of thing. So I apologize.
Well, I appreciate the feedback, and like I said, I recognize that I needed to get more specific with this information, a lot of which is coming from Santa Fe, so there's a bit of a burden there in traveling and working with the statewide coalition. The problem with coalitions are getting them together and right. People being in the same room. I think that it warrants, like you said, some conversation outside of today's meeting. I know you have a full agenda, and I don't want to stay at the table here for longer than we have to. If the council's willing to revamp the idea after some more specific information, Councilmember Hahn, if you're willing to attend a meeting with Taos Alive, I am all for digging in a little bit deeper and coming up with the answers to your questions.
So, Councilor, I think, and Mr. Weathers, I think the next step would then be, and it sounds like everybody's in favor of moving forward with this, but they need more information, more specifics. So my suggestion then would be with you to get with our town manager and see if we can't set a date where we can have a work study, even if it's before one of our regular meetings for an hour or two, and try to get this hashed out.
That sounds good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weathers. Appreciate it. And Don, thank you for all your efforts, and Taos Alive, too.
When are your meetings?
Our regular coalition meetings are the first Wednesday of every month from 10:30 to 12.
10:30 to 12?
They're at the Holy Cross Hospital boardroom.
Okay.
And if anybody that wants a calendar invite, I'd be more than glad to add your email addresses to the...
Could you add mine to that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I certainly will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You can add me to that list, too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we'll go on to Citizens Forum. Citizens wishing to speak shall have the opportunity to do so for 5 minutes. No action will be taken. Chief?
Excuse me, Mayor, council members. That was an action item, so I don't know if you should at least take a motion to continue it or table. since it was an action item.
and possible action. So,
well, I'd like to keep it alive, so let me move to continue this pending a work study with Mr. Weathers and representatives from Taos Alive and Council. Does that work?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hahn, I believe if it is continued, it has to be continued to a date certain. Perhaps the next regular meeting.
Mr. Weathers.
Mr. Bellis, you have some, you need some time. I don't know what's on, what's coming up.
Since this is a legislative issue for 2017, there's no rush. So if you want to postpone it for a month or two, you could do that.
That's right.
Probably by next month's meeting, maybe a little bit close. If we want to do the one after, that would be better time frames.
Okay. Might I suggest procedurally we just table it at this time and relist it when the group feels that they're ready to present and the councilman has his answers? And that way we can get the information out to you ahead of time in case there are any other questions, and they can be prepared to answer them.
Works for me.
So motion to table.
Yeah. So again, then just to clarify, then Mr. Weathers, I'm going to guess that we'll have we're going to go with the work study first, and you and Chris will get together to figure that out. And me, okay, I'm totally available, so you don't have to worry about me. Okay, so move to table.
I have a second to that?
No second.
Any further discussion? No discussion on the table, so call for the vote.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Okay. So then we'll go to Citizens Forum. Chief?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Bellis. Mr. Mayor, a lady by the name of Judith Rain had to leave for a doctor's appointment. However, she did leave a written statement, which she asked that I deliver to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. So, okay, so this is pertaining to the item 11A. So during 11A, we'll have somebody read this into the record. Thank you. Next, David, Mr. Fernandez.
Chief, thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, folks.
You want to turn the lights back on so we're not in the dark? Thank you.
Well, I'm David Fernandez of Taos, and that's a thanks to the Chief for this. But while I'm at it, Chief, I want to thank you and your department for helping us take care of the Corpus Christi procession back in early June. That was taking care of the safety of about 100 Taoseños parishioners making their way from the church through the town plaza on that very special day. So thank you again, and all of you folks as well. Just briefly, Mayor, council people, Rick, just wanted to give you an update of what's happened with me personally since last time we addressed here at the council. This has to do with the. I just want to say at the outset that I, for myself, I chose not to move ahead with this transition between the Chili line operators and the RTD. I just wanted you to know that. That frees me to continue to do other things which I'm very much into, working on my writing, publishing my books, my ministries. I will continue to maintain my CDL license and so forth. But also I just want to present myself to you all kind of like a fresh slate here then. I want to guarantee to all of you that you can you'll be seeing a lot more of me here in meetings because obviously my writing, my radio programs, my different things, a lot of good information that I'll need to be developing and following from what you all are doing here. I think there's a whole lot going on here. Taos, a mighty special place in all of the nation. I was reading back over some of the original Spanish writing works from Gaspar Pérez de Villagra when the conquistadores, or our Spanish people, first came into the area in the 1590s, and they had slogged their way up through Mexico, and boy, they were having a heck of a time. And they were so grateful when they finally reached, the Rio Grande and even up this way towards, San Juan and all of that. Threw themselves on the banks of the river, and just a huge sigh of relief, and we're here. And after that, the rest is is history. And Taos has a mighty, interesting, fascinating history here. And I know there's ways of people looking at it to capitalize on the history too, which is fair enough. Nothing wrong with a little bit of capital, capitalizing on what we have here. Myself, as a Taoseño, as a citizen, as a native Taoseño, who will always stick up for Taos no matter what. It's been interesting to see the way our town has developed, especially during the 67 years or so that I've been around, and hopefully for the next 67, but we'll see how all of that goes. But I just wanted to let you know that we're going to be around, and I'm offering right now my willingness to work with you and with your committees, whatever they might happen to be. I know that now on this 400th anniversary of Taos that we're looking at right now, for example, that's going to be something coming up. I do know that there's going to have to be some caution exercise, so again, it's easy for people to get offended historically due to historical events and so forth. It all needs to be done in a very wise way. And so, again, I'm offering from my part, if ever needed, give me a call or what have you, for some partial wisdom from what I've gained and the experiences I've had here, along with many others. Some of our people have passed away, some are ill. I'm thinking of people who I regard very highly, like Vicente Martinez, who's ill right now in another part of the country, and other people in our community who should be consulted, who oftentimes are not, because they're not part of the prevailing mood. But there are many people in our community who should be consulted for historical things and things having to do with the current times and also the economics of the area and so forth. So just wanted to take just a little bit of time. I will be sitting in for the rest of the meeting because I'm also extremely interested in the matter of the San Juan Chama and anything having to do with the water issues here, whether it's the Abeta settlement or San Juan or the acequias, all these kind of things. I'm extremely and keenly interested in. I'm extremely knowledgeable about all these things. And so it's just fascinating to see how all of this goes. And I compliment all of you on your tackling these issues as we go on into the future. But again, just wanted to clear the air on that first thing too. The transition from Chile line to RTD was a movida that I, in good conscience, could not go along with, and so I didn't. But that frees me to be here as a citizen with certain talents and certain resources, which I'm placing at your disposal as well. So thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. And there is no place like home right here in Taos. And if there is a number of opportunities to serve, if as you see them and they're published in the newspaper, if you will submit a letter, that you're of interest.
Mil gracias a todos.
Thank you.
Thank you for offering your time, David.
Anyone else?
Greetings, Mr. Mayor and Council and City Manager. My name is William Smith. I moved here about 6 years ago. The first home I moved into was the estate of Dr. Dominguez. Me and my partner, Barley, we now own our own beautiful home. I put together this wonderful event called the Taos Roots Rock Reggae Ska Salsa Festival. I brought it to you all on, I think, about the week of the 15th of June. I haven't gotten anything done with Mitch Miller, the guy that you all sent me over to. My first meeting with Mitch Miller was last Tuesday. I picked up the papers from Mitch Miller, and he gave me all the instructions what to do on Wednesday. And I picked up the papers from the city, which are tax papers and things that I need to fill out, on Thursday. I began to deliver those papers on Thursday. I get a letter from Mitch Miller, or email, that I disqualified to get the park on Friday. And so what I'm willing to do is put up a city bond of several $1,000s. And I also have a financial sheet which Miller, when I left that meeting with Mitch Miller, he told me that I needed 4 things. One was the sound man and light contract. I have that. The other one was to get all my city permits and all the paperwork done. I have that. The other one was to get my a financial sheet. I have that. And the other one was my security detail for that. I explained to him that I was hiring Bennett, and I was going to have at least 8 security people to run the festival, and I was going to have 50 volunteers a day, 25 volunteers every 5 shifts, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I believe he was supposed to give me some papers when I left there. I didn't receive anything. I think there are vendors' contracts and contracts that I need to receive from the city. I didn't receive those. So I have more experience than you all probably know. I have built in Santa Barbara 2 beautiful, famous places. One was the Coach House. If you go on the internet and you look up Coach concerts, you will see the one in San Juan Capistrano. I built one in Santa Barbara. It became famous. I sold it to a banker in Malibu. Then I bought another building. I built another place there. I sold that one, and then I was on my way to move to Boulder, and I passed through Taos and fell in love with Taos. That's why I'm here in Taos, because I love Taos. I'm glad I didn't move to Boulder. And I have all these stars that I have worked with. One is George Thorogood, Merle Sanders with Grateful Dead, Mike Peters, Dar Williams, Black Ururu, Norman Brown, Steve Earle, Michael Franti, many times, Hall Ketchum, Big House, and Leon Cotti, many, many more. And so I can't say that, I can understand why Mitch said that I have no experience. And then another thing I have, here is the write-up. When I bought my first club and I built it from the ground up, took me a year and a half. That's the Coach House. Famous people played there. The other thing I have, on the second page of that, I can't understand how Mitch Miller came to the decision to disqualify me for having an event in Kit Carson Park. everything he has on there, I'm very well qualified. When I moved here to Taos, I first met John and Jerry of Roots and Wire out at K-Tow. I began to promote shows there. I've done about maybe 8 shows. When I first moved here, Barbara said, Barley, you all know about Barley, she said, don't get any business, don't start any business, because I don't want you going all day and all night. I ended up almost buying the Taos Plaza Inn, the whole building, but I decided not to because it would take me like 3 years to fix it up. So I promoted shows out of K-Tow. The next thing Mitch has on there, the liability concert performance. I have all the contracts. I have information. I can give it to the city manager, and he can have his secretary call every artist that wants to play at this event. The next one, number 3, the lack of endorsement. On this paper and on this show, I had set up where Guinness and Red Stripe, the distributor Admiral, they were going to pay for all my radio, all my TV, all my printing throughout the state of New Mexico. They were going to go into Arizona, and they were going to also go into Colorado. That's no longer possible. The next thing I set up was on your telephone. On everyone's telephone, you can go to Pandora. A friend set this up for me. He said, I'll help you out. I'll have my guys to announce that there's going to be a reggae festival in Taos. So after June 15, when I came to you, I showed you that I was setting up a website for this event, which has been up ever since the second week of June.
Mr. Smith, I'll go ahead and allow you another minute to wrap it up.
Okay. A lot of people know about this show. Thousands. I have sold tickets. I would like for you guys to override Mitch's decision. I can give the city manager right now a check, a personal check that I had just made out to the city of Taos. He can hold this check. You can call it a city bond until this festival is over, and you guys can help me get past Mitch. I want to work with Mitch, but he has to step back, give me all the paperwork that I need, give me the time to give him the paperwork, and not call me 2 days or email me 2 days later and say that I disqualified. When I qualify, I have more experience in music production and film production than Mitch could ever dream about. I have worked with No Doubt, Fish, Corn, String Cheese Incident, New Orleans, all these artists, many, many, many more. And so I would like for you guys to help me where I can put this festival on so everyone don't be disappointed in coming to Taos and there's no festival, because thousands know about this festival. Thousands. Okay? And I've already sold at least 400 tickets. All these, there are people in town, outlets, that have these tickets. All these people on here are helping this. The Cordova station, they were going to advertise today and give away tickets to all the people that are listening from the advertisement that the event that they're having at 9 to 5 in the parking lot. Cordova was going to come at this event, and they were going to advertise. They're going to have one radio station Saturday, another radio station Sunday. And it's all blown up now because Rick Bellis told me that Mitch, after the Solar Fest, he would have time to talk to me. He only had 1 day from the time I came in here on June 15th, I believe, until a week after the Solar Fest, which was last Tuesday, I believe, last Wednesday, that Mitch sat with me for 45 minutes with his secretary, and I went over the plans of the entire event. I have the whole event drawn out, how I want the fence. I was going to pay for the fence. I was going to pay and spend $6,000 and buy this temporary fence, and after I use it, donate it to the city. That was my plan. That's all blown up. So I would like for you guys to please help me to get this event on. A lot of people know about it. The city, it'll be a beautiful cultural event for Taos. There is no African American that uses that park that has any kind of events like this. There will never be an event like this in Taos. This event is so well promoted on the internet. DJs from Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Durango, Alamosa, Colorado, it is well known. So I'm just giving you advice. All these people will show up to town, and there is no event because of one person. I believe that Mitch Miller has too much power. He has 1, 2, 3. He has 3 jobs, and I believe his job as special event director, you all should give that job to someone else that doesn't have anything to do with the Solar Fest or the Barn Door. I understand that he may have some involvement in both of those from what people tell me. The Solar Fest people bring their people in here from Colorado. They still owe people in this town money, like the Soundman, Gypsy, and the other Soundmans before that, and the trucking company of 2 other shows past. So I don't know how Mitch Miller came to the decision to disqualify me when I have more experience than he could ever dream about. I've been around where we have to load like 5 semis. I toured on Sunsplash. I worked with Elvis Costello. I don't know what he's talking about. So thank you very much, because you guys have been totally welcome. You invited me in here. I met the chief. He's really cool. Taos, I love Taos, but I want to put this event on. I'm paying for it, not Mitch. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was my understanding that weekend that you wanted to have your festival, that the park was available.
Yes, I have the contract right here when I first went to get the park from Mr. Martinez. It was available. He told me the park was available, that he would have, that I could have and fill out the application. And then later, about 3 weeks later, I was approached by Mitch when I was in the park helping you all put up the Wednesday, taking down the Wednesday film projector. He told me, Mr. Smith, there's a problem. All the rich people at the Fetching House, all the rich people are coming over to the Fetching House for a big party, and your event is jeopardized. And then at that time, I contact Mr. Peralta, I think I contact you, and I contact Mr. Hahn I contact the mayor regarding, and then I wanted to find out, is this true? And then Mitch said, we'll work it out. And every time I went to meet with him while we were taking down the projector, he always would say, I'll call you, or we'll meet. And then sometime when you asked him something, he was like in a smart way, no, or your show is not happening, or something. And I just had that really vibe that I better stay up on this, or I'm going to get really messed up in this. And all these people are going to come to town, they're going to be very upset. So,
is your frustration level with Mr. Miller to the point where you sent a very graphic response to him on July 9th?
On July 9th, the only thing I said to Mitch, I'm glad you brought this up, because I was thinking about growing up in San Antonio with my grandfather and Dolph Briscoe, who was the governor of Texas. And they used to tell me this story: if you have a pot that has some poop in it, if you shake it, everybody in the room would stink. So I wasn't even going to go to that point. But when I was first sent over there to the park, when I first came to you all, my first very meeting, this is my 4th time here. When I first came to you guys, Rick told me to go and talk to Mitch. So I go talk to Mitch in the park. He's putting up the event for Wednesday. And I'm saying, Mitch, I'm having this event, and I just came from the city council, and I introduced myself. He introduced to me. The next thing I do, I give him a flyer. He walks away, and he says, whose dick is getting sucked for this? So I knew right then that I was in trouble. Okay? And I wasn't even going to go to that part because I want to shake up the pot. And so I felt very offended by that, and I felt, well, who is he talking to, me or the council? And so I didn't say anything. On that day, it was me, the mayor, and his son took down the screen. Another 2 times, me and Mr. Bellis have taken down the screen. I think me and Mr. Hahn have taken down the screen one time. And I was very when he said that, I kind of knew that I was in trouble. And then another thing, I wasn't going to bring up and stir up everything.
If it has profanity, don't use it.
Tell me about it. I didn't even want to go there. I didn't want to go there. And there's a couple more, but I don't really want to stir up anymore. I just rather just leave it and see if you all can help me. I'm willing to put up a bond, a cashier check with thousands of dollars on it. I just came from the People's Bank to get it, and I have the city's name on that check to give to you all so you can help me get this festival on. And then next year, we don't even have to have it during August. I would like to just move it maybe to Labor Day weekend so we don't interfere with the fetching. And then Mitch did not even know that there was going to be an event at the theater. And so I told him at that meeting last Tuesday, I said, Mitch, did you know there's going to be an event at the theater as well? And so he looked it up, and he found that there was an event at the theater.
Okay. To save some time, this is kind of lengthy. Is the town pitching in any money that we have anything to lose out of his festival?
No.
I'm paying for the whole thing. When I first came here during June 15, I told the council I did not need any money. I was paying for the whole thing because all these musicians, they want to come to Taos and play, and I had previously set it up at the Taos Mesa Brewery.
Because I did receive another complaint email yesterday, but I very much am very wanting to see cultural events, whether they're Hispanic or Anglo-run or black. I'm going to look into this.
Okay, thank you. Because I don't have very much time. Like when I leave here now, I have to call a couple of agents. And I have, if you want the contracts, I could leave the contracts with the mayor or the city manager of all the entertainers, and you can contact them personally because they know about this. They know about me being here today regarding this event. Because either I get it done or we just cancel the event and never do another show like this in Taos. So, but at this point, I'm willing to put up the bond money, the check, and I'm willing to just go forward because I don't need to do very much. I have so many people that are willing to help me, like Guinness and Red Stripe, pay for all this TV, all the advertisement. But now I only have the remaining days left in this month, and then next month I wouldn't even worry about it because next month, if you say that this show is okay and you accept it, it's going to be great. There's going to be at least 4,000 each day. They're going to book all your hotels. They're going to spend all the money all over town.
Well, I'll maybe we can make an appointment in the next few days.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Bellis.
Mr. Smith, were you turned down by another venue before you came to us?
Yes, I could explain that. I first went out to the Taos Mesa Brewery, and that was a theater of its own. The Taos Mesa Brewery lost money on the Mom Festival.
Well, Mr. Smith, I don't need your explanation.
Oh, okay. Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you?
They tried to steal the festival.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you have? This has been out for months. Did you have the permission of Facebook, Guinness, and all the people on here?
Yes, I do.
In writing before you put these out?
I can give you the top manager of Admiral Beer, and you can call him. His name is Kevin, or you can email him. And
I know who he is.
Okay. Yes. Everyone on here.
Mr. Smith, I don't want to embarrass you, but would it surprise you that I asked Mitch to look into this because I had received complaints from a number of people that are listed on here?
Okay.
That you had approached and said you had the park and that you had the permission of these other people, and then those individual people said, no, you didn't.
Yes.
Would it surprise you that we contacted the agents for these groups and none of them said that they had agreed to play for you?
Okay. Would you be surprised if I have contracts right here of all the groups and all the people on, all the vendors on here? When I first initially came to you guys after I put in the contract over at the park, I had the thought that everything was going to be okay and everyone had voted. So I went to Mitch and I talked to Mitch. The next thing I was going to do was put together the flyer, the poster, and the website for the event. I did not know the procedures that I would have to go through to do it, and which is this. And then another thing, I didn't know the procedures that I would have to go through. So when this is my fourth meeting here. The first meeting, everyone was happy with it. The second meeting, I showed you that I had made a website. I showed you the poster, and I showed you all the people on the poster. The third time I came, I told you I wasn't getting any work, anything done, because Mitch wouldn't meet with me. He wouldn't get anything done. The fourth time, I'm here right now. I've only been here 4 times. I missed one meeting because it got changed. It got changed to an earlier time. And so all these people on here are for this show. Today at 9 to 5, they were going to give away lots of tickets for the show with Cordova Station broadcasting from the parking lot. So I don't really know what Mitch told you, because it ain't true. Everyone on here knows. And I have the contracts to every artist. I would be willing to give them to Mr. Hahn or the mayor, have their secretary call them, and I give you the check to get the park. That way I can go on with this event. I'm paying for it.
Mr. Bellis, what would be the liability on the town if an event like this was to be moved and then it flopped and, you know?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would think that this would probably not be a town you would want to come to if we were promoting cultural and musical events, if people bought tickets to an event and showed up and the event never happened. I would think there would be a lot of angry people at that point, and I think that would probably fall on our public safety officials to have to deal with that. And my guess would be that they would be screaming at you gentlemen up here, not at Mr. Smith.
That's what Mitch told me. That's one of the things he told me. And I told Mitch that when I left the Taos Mesa Brewery, I had all these contracts in the Taos Mesa Brewery. I told Mitch on that meeting last Wednesday that I'm going to have all them, instead of Taos Mesa Brewery on there, the Kit Carson Park in Taos with address. And I have them right here.
And Mr. Smith, some of those groups that were contacted said they've since checked you out and booked other dates. They're not coming. That's what we were told.
I have talked to these groups constantly. I don't know what Mitch told you, but I do know, well, if you're not happy with me putting on the event, I can just go back and garden in my yard and not worry about it. I have no problem not putting on this event. I talked to my brother in Santa Barbara this morning, my godbrother. He has a $7 billion company. He told me, don't worry about it. If they don't want to let you do it, just go and buy you some property, do like you did in Santa Barbara, build your own. So if you don't want this event, I'm very willing. You have been nice to me. I'm very willing to step back. Don't worry about it. I can go garden in my yard. But I want to put this event on. I don't know what Mitch Miller told you, but here the mayor can have his secretary take this, and I can give you the check, and we'll see if this event goes on.
Just the proof is in the pudding.
So again, this is just under citizens, so thank you. I will take those. And
thank you very much, man.
Yeah. Anyone else wish to, under Citizens Forum?
Excuse me for all my language.
Thank you.
I'm here to talk about our contract renewal. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that during 11B?
If under 11B, if you're already on the.
We're on the agenda for 11B.
Yeah, just
okay.
under that.
Thank you.
Anybody else under Citizens Forum? If not, see none, we'll go ahead and move on to Stephen.
Buenos dias, Stephen Tall. Last month I I asked to see some records, some Town of Taos records. I asked to see any current, expired, renewed excavating, fill, grading permits for People's Bank vacant property located south of and immediately adjacent to 1356 Paseo del Pueblo Sur, issued since January 2010, as well as any stormwater protection plan, along with any associated engineering drawings, documents, plans, reports, or studies. On June 25th, I was informed, and this is quoting by the planning, I was informed by the clerk's department, and I'm quoting now, I was informed by the planning department and the public works department that no such records exist. Title 15 of the Town Code, Buildings and Construction, Chapter 1524, Storm Drainage. The definitions for drainage easement are, and I'm quoting now from the Town Code, public right-of-way dedicated to the Town of Taos for the purpose of handling storm drainage. A floodway is defined as the channel of a river, arroyo, or other watercourse and adjacent land areas that must be reserved in order to safely discharge the 100-year design storm runoff. A watercourse is defined as any river, creek, arroyo, canyon, draw, wash, or any other channel having a definite bank and bed with visible evidence of the occasional flow of water. 1524-060 Storm Drainage Performance Standard says at 12, existing watercourses shall not be disturbed. Any proposed excavation, fill, or channel improvements shall be reviewed and approved by the code administrator and or town council. At 13, it says all floodways shall be dedicated as drainage easements or drainage right-of-way. Title 13, Public Services, Chapter 1304, Water Policy, Water Rights, and Water Courses says at Article 4, Water Courses, A, any obstruction of the flow of water in, on, across, through, or over any water course, arroyo, tributary, or flood drainage channel is prohibited. It is unlawful for any person to obstruct any channel of the natural flow of water or flood water within the corporate limits of the town unless constructing a new diversion water course engineered and or approved by the town. At B, it says any violation of this section shall be a misdemeanor. Property owners who have been provided with a notice of violation of this section by the town shall remove the obstruction within 30 calendar days. If the obstruction is not removed by the property owner within this period, the town may contract to have the obstruction removed and charge the cost to the property owner. Failure by the owner to pay the charges within 30 days will result in a lien placed on the property. It is obvious that vacant land has been filled, that the arroyo has been filled. I have photographs that I took when I first got here several years ago, and those photographs demonstrated without any question. If you look at aerial photographs, you can see that it's been filled. I wonder why. I don't know what I really don't know what to say or what to do, but why is that action taking place in contravention of the town code? Lastly, with respect to the airport, FAA Form 7480-1, Notice for Construction, Alteration, and Deactivation of Airports, and I'm reading from the form now. It says, when to file a notice for construction, alteration, and deactivation of airports. Title 14, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 157, requires all persons to notify the FAA at least 90 days before construction, alteration, activation, deactivation, or change to the status or use of a civil or joint use civil military airport. It goes on to say, required notice will be submitted on this form from each person who intends any of the following, and there are 6.
Excuse me, Mr. Hall. What I would like to tell you is that you raised this yesterday at the County Commission hearing, and I investigated it. I was going to contact you after this meeting was over to tell you that that Form 7010 is not in the possession of the airport, but it apparently is in the possession of the engineer for the airport, and he drove back to Grand Junction last night, and he's trying to locate it so we can furnish it to you. So if we can find it and it exists, we will give it to you. So he says it should exist because as if we don't need to read the whole regulation.
I'll just read two sentences. It says required notice will be submitted on this form from each person who intends any of the following. 1, construct or otherwise establish a new airport or activate an airport. 2, construct, alter, realign, or activate any runway or other aircraft landing or takeoff area of an airport. Lastly, 3, construct, alter, realign, or activate a taxiway associated with the landing or takeoff area on a public use airport. If it exists, if you have it, that's fine. I asked for it. I was told that the records did not exist. The town, as Mr. Lopez seems to indicate, doesn't have a copy. That's all I was looking for. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we'll go on to consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda. Taos Sports Alliance amendment to Rose Gordon contract number 2 to contract TT 15144 with Phoenix Mechanical and the San Juan Chama project. Councilors?
Move for approval.
Motion to move for approval. We have a second.
Second.
And a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make one clarification on one of these contracts that are on the consent agenda, which is the one with the Bureau of Reclamation. I had a discussion with one of their folks this morning. He has sent me an email after he consulted with their office in Salt Lake and says that they will insert in paragraph 1A as follows. The town agrees to lease to Reclamation the use of up to 766 acre-feet of its 2015 San Juan Chama project water to be stored in Heron Reservoir, and then the insertion will be provided the town may withhold such quantity of water as it may require for its own purposes. And the reason for that is we have some offsets that we may or may not be required to fulfill either this fiscal year or next, but we wanted to have that. So that would be the only change on the contract that's attached on the form.
I have a question too for discussion.
On which one?
On the contract with Phoenix Mechanical.
Okay, so you want to remove that? So if you're going to have questions on them, we've got to remove them off the consent agenda. So then we have A, B, and D.
A, B, and D.
We have a motion to approve those, Councilor Ross? Yes, we have a second. Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
So then we'll go on to, under the consent agenda, contract amendment number 2 to contract TT 15141 with Phoenix Mechanical. Steve? Discussion, consideration, possible approval of number 2 to contract between the Town of Taos and Phoenix Mechanical. You had a question, Councilor Cantu?
Is this something that is that we should be putting out for bid? Is this an extension? I don't understand it fully.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Councilwoman Cantu, this is a contract, an annual contract we have, and it's for all the departments of the town for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical services that are beyond the capability of our staff. This year, it looks like we're doing an extension of the contract from last year, an amendment to that. It's my understanding that the procurement's met for a number of years from the original RFP, and so we're just continuing the contract from last year by amendment and just increasing the amount to the annual amount we had approved last year.
Gosh, I'm a little confused because putting things up for bid, I mean, we get prices from several different ones.
Right. It was bid, and my understanding from the last time it was bid, Phoenix Mechanical was the only one to respond.
How long ago was that?
I think it was not this year, but last year, and we even broke it up, so we did the plumbing and the electric and the HVAC bids separately, so that smaller companies would have a chance to bid, and no one did.
No one did?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, we are Staff is aware of that concern in regards to seeing the same vendors repeatedly, and we have been trying to break up, as Steve indicated, the roads contracts into smaller projects, roofing, parts, to try to give, not just get a better selection of people to bid on these, but also to try to give better opportunity to smaller local businesses to bid on these projects.
Mm-hmm. So that I recall last year, we amended it last year.
Last year's amendment was to increase the dollar amount of the contract from $60,000 to $100,000. So this year, the amendment is for $100,000 the first time, so they won't have to come back again and ask. And it is all departments. Last year, I think of the $100,000, we spent somewhere around $78,000. So it's not that we will spend that amount of money. It's just so we have the ability to obligate it in an emergency type situation for repair.
Okay.
And I will say, Phoenix Mechanical, from my perspective, from my department, it does very good work, and they're available for us 24/7. It's a local
they
company.
Do good work.
I count on Mr. Draper, who's back in the back, completely. They came one last year, July 5th. 2 o'clock in the morning, I had him on top of the town hall roof fixing the HVAC unit. He himself. So,
I've
we
seen
get
they've
good value
been
for
voted
them.
best in Taos for plumbing and heating. So,
Councilman Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bellis, is this a multi-year contract?
I believe it was
I'm looking
bid.
only at an amendment. I don't have the original contract.
I believe it was bid originally as a multi-year contract, giving us the option to renew each year. And my recollection.
So last year
is the
we
same
went from 50,000 to 100,000, correct? That was the amendment.
It was 60 to 100, I believe. I think it was 60. Yes, sir.
Okay. So this year you would be, per order, there's still task order prices.
Right.
But the maximum amount of this contract still is 100,000?
It's 100,000 for this fiscal year. Right.
So, but the original contract that we're amending had a multi-year renewability to it, correct?
Yes. Floyd's going like this. Yes, I believe.
So how many years does it have renewability, Mr. Bellis?
I believe we have 2 more years on it, maximum 4.
Any further questions? Not. What's the wishes of the council?
Move for approval.
You have a motion to approve? Have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Thank you. Matters from staff, Resolution 1527, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of Resolution 1527, a resolution of the Councilor Hunt.
Forgive my interruption. Would it be possible to move 11B up and hear that now, and then move into 11B is the contract with Straight Hearts, which shouldn't take too long, I don't think, and 11A will probably involve a fair amount of discussion. But I stand for your...
Is that a motion to amend the agenda, Councilor Hunt?
Move to amend and bump up 11B
To right now?
A and then 11A to B. That works for my fellow councilors and you, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
So go on to item B, amendment to contract TT 1550 Stray Hearts Animal Shelter, Chief Weaver.
Mr. Mayor and Council, there will be one change on this. The the contracted agency is requesting that rather than a full year renewal, that the renewal be reduced to 3 months, and they can explain the reasons for that.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Mr. Bellis, I'm Harvey Yoakum, the Executive Director at Straight Hearts. In reviewing the contract, we've had discussions since last November regarding our agreement, and putting the shelter back on track has been our top priority, and we've pretty much done everything that's been asked of us. We have a shelter that's in really good shape right now, and we've done all the things necessary to put the shelter in a good place. We have a contractual obligation, and we are a contractor to the Town of Taos to take care of your animal welfare issues. We get lumped in sometimes to the nonprofit world as a bunch of nonprofits with their hands out. We are a contractor providing a valuable and required service to the Town of Taos. Early on in these discussions was really about how do we get creative about funding animal welfare. The cost of animal welfare continue to rise, and there isn't a reduction in sight. Medical expenses, the cost of dog food, the cost of care, the cost of employees are up 23 to 24% just since the last contract increase. We're seeing medical expenses that are going beyond that. Minimum wage during the last increase was down around $6 an hour. We're fixing to see an increase. If legislative agendas go through, they're going to kick that up even more. So our costs continue to rise without an increase in funding. And, one of my big issues, and I've talked about this several times, is that the town puts in about 15% of the cost of operating the shelter. 15%. The county puts in about 21%. Actually, it's about 20% from the county. But it's 100% of the intake. So basically our donors and our fundraisers pay 66% of the government obligation for animal welfare. And it's not fair to our donors. It's not fair to the public. And people think we continually have our hands out, and that's not the case. The Town of Taos this year alone, 509 dogs have been brought into the shelter. 243 cats. Right? The Town of Taos has brought in 158 dogs year to date and 68 cats. So 3.5 times the intake to the shelter is from the Town of Taos. But it lets you pay less than the county for animal welfare. What I've asked early on about getting creative about how we fund animal welfare, I was serious. And this discussion's gone on for several months, really without resolution, if you will. So we've come to a point as a shelter that we have to reevaluate our position. The shelter's not good to anybody if it's dilapidated, dirty, not providing the necessary care to the animals. We're trending right now at being up, intakes being up 1.5 times over last year. So intake is not going down. The funds that we have to put forward to do the work at the shelter takes away from our opportunities to address the root of the problem, which is irresponsible pet owners and low and no cost spay-neuter. Those are the things that we need to be focused on. Now we have a new ordinance that's on the books, and that's coming up to a public meeting. And this new ordinance, the discussion never wants to happen about how's it going to be administered? How's it going to be rolled out? What's the impact on the shelter if you pass a new ordinance? The Town of Taos hasn't even been involved in those discussions. That's frustrating for us at the shelter. Our responsibilities to the animals, they don't have a choice. They're coming in droves, and we're doing everything we can to get them out of there. Our adoptions are double over last year. Our transfers are double over last year. Our return to owners are up 37% over last year, and we are still overwhelmed at the shelter. So, payday to payday, we're constantly fighting that battle of funding the shelter and taking care of our obligations in the community. And we've done an exceptional job. We've done an impossible job since November. We put a shelter that everybody hated, that wasn't providing the services, that was sick, animals were in trouble. We put it back in place and got something going that the community can be proud of. Now it's time to deal with the issue of funding the shelter. The conversation needs to start. And what we're asking for at this point is a 3-month extension to give the Town of Taos time to send out a new RFP for animal welfare services. The shelter can't continue to fund this without help. We can't continue to put this on the backs of donors and the public. The little grandma that puts out $15 and she can't even afford to feed herself, but she gives us $15 to help take care of these animals. I've become impatient with the idea that the shelter is another organization with its hand out. You all have dealt with animal welfare. You've all dealt with the backlash of animal welfare and not taking care of it. But it is a legal requirement for you to deal with it. We are the contractor who provides that service. No different than anybody out there. No different than Phoenix Mechanical. They're a contractor and they provide a service. We are a contractor and we provide a service. So we'd like to see a new RFP come out requesting for proposals to take care of animal welfare. Any questions?
Councilor Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Harvey, thank you, and thanks to staff, and thank you, Chief. So just a couple of things, Harvey. Volume. We have a community of 5,200 people, but I heard you say that we are number one in intakes. And just want to point out or ask, can you verify, in fact, that those numbers are correct? If I were coming in from Tres Piedras, and Stafford asked me, well, gee, Mr. Hahn, so where's this dog from? I'm going to say, well, it's from Taos. Well, what's your address? Well, P.O. Box 320 Ranchos. So I question that number, but we don't need to equivocate. I just want to point out, because you started off with the premise that the county pays 20%, we pay 15%, and the county has 32,000 folks, less our 5, so 27. I find it very hard to believe that the town would exceed 27,000 people, but I'm not there. I'm not sure.
The numbers are verifiable.
So the other thing is, if it weren't for the town, Harvey, we were the ones that brought together the animal advocates a year ago, a little less than a year ago, 9-10 months ago. I personally have reached out to commissioners and the county manager. We did a lot of work regarding the legal ramifications. We had set up joint meetings, and then everything went quiet. And when I inquired with the county, what I was told was, well, the county legal department is working on all of this, and essentially we don't need you guys. So a little bit unfair, I feel, to say that the town has not been involved. We've tried to be quiet, steady, steadfast, good stewards of our responsibility. And I think I'm quite confident we're going to get through this. So just, if you have a rebuttal, not that this is an argument, but I do have an issue with volume, and I do have an issue with hearing that, well, the town's not been involved, because I got to tell you, we've been so involved that I would argue we've probably been too involved, but that's another discussion.
Well, the quantifiable numbers are there because the addresses are verified by driver's license. We take a copy of every driver's license that comes in, and that's how the numbers are quantified. So every animal that comes into the shelter is tracked. So we know where the numbers come from, and that's an important part of what we do. It's not so much about who's responsible for paying. It is a Taos County problem. Taos happens to be the population center, and that's where most of the action is. That's where a lot of things happen here. I don't mean to be disrespectful to the town. My frustration in this is that we've looked for a long time for a county-wide ordinance. An ordinance that made it very easy to cross county lines and deal with the issues that we're faced with. To really come together as a community and find the ways to once and for all resolve the problem, which is reducing intake to the shelter. It always seems to get put on the back burner. It always seems to get, the county didn't even include us in their budgetary process this year. Those things were promised. And I'm the kind of person who believes that we resolve these issues by communicating. I'm not a guy who plays hardball. Doesn't work for me. Not in my skill set. I believe you lay out a problem, you identify it, you find solutions for it. That's what I want to do. And that hasn't seemed to happen. But the shelter has been put in an untenable position. We can't continue to go forward the way we are. And it always seems, and I've spent a lot of time, I go back through a lot of old documents because, we spent a lot of time rebuilding, the whole structure of the shelter in the past. And it seems to me that every time funding becomes an issue, it comes down to the wire of somebody having to draw a line in the sand and say, either you do or we don't. That's not the position we're in. That's not what we want to do. But we feel like the only equitable thing to happen is a new RFP go out. Because if there's somebody else out there that can come and do this, we'd like them to come and do it. We'll become a humane society. We won't deal with the problems of animal welfare in the magnitude that it is. You guys open a dog pound. The cost of doing that, I think you're all well aware of what that is and what that would entail. Nobody wants to go there. We're already here. But we have to improve the operation. It's a dilapidated, out-of-date, unorganized facility that we can't take any farther. We've added on to it over the years. And one of the things I believe is as you add on to a shelter, you're going to fill it up. Unless you take proactive action to deal with the problem. So you can, they added 5 pods in 2009, I think. We filled it up. We can add 5 more pods. We're going to fill it up. That's not what we need to be doing. We need to address the animal welfare problem. And that always seems to be off to the side. It's more about, it's more dollars to take care of animals, more dollars to take care of animals. But, I look back, I've been here all day, and I watched the presentation by the Taos Live, and I love those guys. They do a great job. But we never go to the root of the problem. We just throw Band-Aids on it. Let's throw more money at it. Let's just do this. We're all about going to the root of the problem and fixing the problem. And that means that we have to get you, our leaders, our elected officials, behind this problem. And really make it known that if we're going to make an impact, we're going to make a difference, we have to educate people. We have to provide low and no-cost spay-neuter. Because that's where they need the help. These people are some of the best owners, pet owners that are out there, are the people who can't afford to be pet owners. Their animals don't get medical care. They don't get vaccinated. But most of all, they don't get spayed and neutered. And so we just keep puppying, making puppies and kittens. And I just think that it is so simplistic to me, and those of us who are dealing with this every day, to go to the root of the problem and fix it. That's what we need to get behind. And when I ask for more money for the shelter, it's to take care of the animals that are coming in. It has nothing to do with resolving the problem. What if we took that money and we put it toward resolving the problem? In the ordinance meeting, when I was in front of the county and they're presenting the ordinance, and I tried to make that case. We got the cart before the horse. You get a 35,000-word ordinance, the largest ordinance in New Mexico. 35,000 words. And the least little part of it really addresses the issue that we have. I respect you all so much. You've embraced the shelter. You've all been helpful. You've stood up for us. And we appreciate that. I don't want any of this to sound any less than that. But it's time to make a difference. Taos is growing. Things are happening here. The animal problem is only going to get worse. Mm-hmm. We have to look at a new shelter. That has to be on our agenda. And as a board of directors, and we have a 9-member board now, we have people that are qualified and dedicated, looking at all these issues and how do we make this better and how do we take this forward. But at the root of it is dealing with the problem itself. We could build a 500-animal shelter, and I guarantee you we'll fill it up if we don't get behind the problem. And that's my point. So, from an operation of the shelter perspective, what we're asking for is a new RFP. I would prefer to sit down and negotiate a new agreement. That would be our preference as the Humane Society of Taos in the shelter. If we can't do that, then let's put it up for bid and see if somebody can do it better.
Councilman? Mr. Mayor, I think we have to address the problem, but you've only looked at the tip of the iceberg on the problem. The animals that need to be spayed and neutered that come into your facility is only about 5% of the issue. The problem we have is all those people who have animals out in the community that don't spay and neuter them, that we never see, that are causing the problem. And that's the real issue. And I don't know how we address that, because it's not going to be addressed by what happens inside your facility or at any veterinary clinic, because the majority of those animals that are out there that are producing additional animals, we don't know about until we get the tip of the iceberg coming in to see you. So the solution to the problem we have, I don't know how we're going to face that, because I don't see it in the ordinance, because unless we go out and from house to house and find animals that need to be spayed and neutered and spay and neuter them, we're going to have a continuing problem. And I don't know whether or not, and I think I've got the same issue that Commissioner Hahn has, driver's licenses don't tell you anything, because people put addresses in there simply to have an address, which doesn't necessarily mean that's where they live. But one of my questions to you is that how many of the animals that you get turned into the shelter are done by animal control, and how many of them are drop-offs?
It's probably 50%.
Or drop-off. Okay. So that's an issue, because we don't know where they are actually from, but they do need to be controlled. But like I said, to me the real problem is not the shelter, not that you don't need a facility that's up to date and efficient, because we do need that. But the real problem we have is trying to find a way to curb what is happening out there behind the scenes, and getting that number under control. Because if we don't do that, all we're going to look at is, you add 500 stalls, they're going to fill 500
Absolutely.
stalls, simply because that's what's happening out there. We're not controlling the uncontrollable, and that's really how we have to get to the solution on this. And frankly,
you're right.
I don't know how. I don't have a solution to that, but
I think
that
we
is
do,
what
though.
needs to do.
I really think we do, and you're exactly right. the proposal that I made early on when we first started talking about the ordinance, and there were several groups that have worked on the ordinance to look at specifically what the issues were and get to the bottom of it and really make it equitable for everybody, but it's also something that you could get behind and support. The outreach associated with this is probably more important than the ordinance. Every household in Taos County has to be touched. They need to be touched with their requirements. You know, and when I talk about intake, Counselor, you have an animal control officer that's working. She does a great job. Mm-hmm. She's out there in the community, and she is the true animal welfare professional, because she goes out and works with the people out there. She finds a dog on the street, it has tags on, she doesn't bring it to the shelter. She takes it home. That's what needs to happen. And why your numbers, I think one of the reasons your numbers are up is because your animal control officer is doing her job. The county, we don't have that. We have two ACOs for the whole county, right? And one of those, since I took over on November 17th, I've only seen one. So I don't know where the other one is, right? So now, if they truly go to work, what happens to the shelter? If a new ordinance goes into place, you know the pressure is going to be on to enforce the ordinance. What happens to the shelter? The shelter is going to get inundated. And when you put out there that people have to license, they have to microchip, spay, neuter, right? These folks that we're talking about are going to dump their animals. And they're going to end up in the shelter. So we think intake is what it is right now. That ordinance rolls out without the proper outreach and the proper funding behind it. And the funding is not funding to the shelter. This is funding to outreach, to touch every citizen in Taos County. Without that, I guarantee you that intake numbers will double. And we are not prepared for that. We're moving animals as fast as we can move them, and they're coming in faster than we can get them out of there. The only alternative then is euthanasia. And I don't think any of us want a 50% euthanasia shelter. Not in our game plan. Doesn't work for us. And we will walk away if that's where it goes. We're not going to go there. That's not right. It's not humane, and it's not what we want as Taos-Stanios. I don't hear that from anybody.
So it seems to me, I mean, this discussion could go on. I'd like to call for the question. But just to clarify, Harvey, you're asking for a 3-month extension so that the manager and the town have time to put out a new RFP, will keep the shelter afloat, and try and wrestle with this other. And, of course, the town is still working on its own animal ordinance. So we're not there yet.
We will not leave the town in a lurch. Please understand. So that is not what we're about. We're going to do whatever we can. If somebody else steps up, if the town decides to go another direction, we're going to be there to support the animal welfare community in the town to get where we need to go. So 3 months, we think, is a sufficient time for the town to put out a new RFP.
Mr. Mayor, Council, to be proactive here, I think putting out the new RFP just is going to give us the answer that I know I did when I was at the county, which is there are no alternatives out there. If we want an alternative, if we build a shelter, then various humane societies from other areas or ASPCA would come in and run it. But nobody's willing to do that at this point. So I think we have to do a little more than that, because right now we're right back where we were when Councilman Hahn and myself were meeting with you and the animal advocates, facing the same questions and talking about doing that RFP. And the first step was supposed to be the ordinance. And there were a number of us in this room that said, including some from the county, that said if we were going to do that, it had to start to abate the problem. So what I would like to do, with the council's permission, is I believe that the original agreement worked out by all the animal advocates and the animal providers, with the county as a party to that, was a pretty sound process to getting there. And since the town has not been a part of the county's ordinance, and a number of those things have been removed, I would like to bring at the next meeting a copy of that ordinance after review by legal in a draft form for consideration by the council, and if acceptable, to then publish it with any changes council might want to be adopted. It does, to be blunt, have a mandatory spay-neuter, mandatory licensing, mandatory chipping to track the animals back and the cost of those animals to the owner. The second thing is if one or more council people would join me, and I would offer the opportunity to Stray Hearts. We've had some discussions about the shelter, and I want to applaud you before I go on with that I'd urge all of the council people to visit the shelter. The difference in the cleanliness, the appearance, the demeanor of the animals, the dedication of the staff, putting in the obstacle course. The dogs, when I first went to the shelter, there were dogs that had spent their entire life. They were 5-6 years old and spent their entire life in incarceration. I mean, that's insane to then think you're going to adopt that dog at some point. The dogs are socialized now. It's entirely different. But I agree with you. We have reached what you can do with that facility. Your budget is weighed down by a mortgage, by debt, with high interest on a property that it'll take forever to pay off, that probably isn't worth saving what you're going to pay for it in the end, and by utilities to maintain a livable environment, winter, summer, for the animals, the majority of animals that are in the greenhouses. So if acceptable to Stray Hearts, and we could reach out to our county partners, put a small group of us together to go back to where we were a year ago and look at how do we address the facility and the costs. And I think that is the same thing. With the new facility, we can drop the operating costs, increase the efficiency that's there. And then see if we can reach out and come back before we do that RFP so we know what we're asking for. And the town has some of the things we've looked at. We've asked for a piece of property back, as some of the council knows, from the county that was intended to be for a regional recycling facility, which is out on 64 by where 10,000 WAGs and the airport are. And it doesn't appear, in speaking with Waste Management, that they would need that property. It might make a good location. Certainly, the ability of the town or the county to donate a property would substantially decrease the cost of a shelter. To the credit of our police chief, a lot of the things that would go into the building of a shelter, he is able to access through the federal surplus program. So there's a lot of things we could do at little or no cost to the town and the county to get that discussion started.
We're definitely willing to do that. And I appreciate that. And, sometimes I come across where I'm chewing you out. I don't mean to do that. For those of us that deal with this every day, it's a nightmare. It really is. I walk through that shelter every day, and I look at every animal in there, eye to eye, because I have to make the decisions to put them down, because there isn't a home. I don't put that on anybody else. It's my job. But that's the reality. And the more of them that come in, the more of them we're going to have to put down. That's why it's critical that we address the issue with the appropriate animal ordinance. an ordinance that's really going to make a difference. Not a penal ordinance. That's not what we're after. None of us are after that. We don't want a bunch of policing going on. That's not what we're after. So it's responsibility, human responsibility, education, getting people behind it, getting people to take care of animals in a different way, addressing the ones that we never see, and giving them some incentive to get those animals taken care of, instead of walking into Walmart with a box load of puppies and giving those away, or giving them away to their friends and neighbors and then dumping the remainder at the shelter. And the first question we ask when they bring them in is, where's the mama? Let us fix the mama. So, we've spent a lot of money out of our operating budget to do low-cost spay-neuter for folks, because we do have people that really need some help. And so we've spent a lot of our, I'm not going to say a lot, part of our operating budget, money that could have gone to, doing other things for the shelter, paying some bills, maybe paying our employees a little better, providing a benefits package, really becoming a professional organization that we want to become. But we did that because that's part of the solution. And that's what's most important.
Councilman Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bellis, I have a question on the amendment. I don't quite understand it. Are we increasing the contract amount for a year to $192,000, or are we making an amendment to a previous contract for this year?
We're making an amendment to the prior contract to extend it for 1 year and to add an additional $96,000 to that contract. And of course, with the 3 months, that would be prorated backwards.
Right. So basically, it would keep the rates existing where they are for the next 3 months, which is $8,000 a month.
So what I'm hearing today, though, is that what we need is a new amendment to extend the current contract for 90 days and increasing that contract by an amount. The way this is written, it's confusing to me, because it almost looks like we're doubling the value of the original contract. And so I would say that, if you're going to say, well, this is going to be extending it for a year or extending for 90 days, and the value of that extension shall be X dollars, then that would be more understandable to me.
Councilman, my hair went up too when I saw that, and I read it that way the first time too, and I had to have it explained to me. In fact, we had an inquiry from the county about that they were very surprised we were raising our contract by another $100,000.
Here's a question I have for you. I really don't think that 90 days may be enough. And I think you have the same question.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if we shouldn't go a half year with the idea that within that half year we will get a new RFP out, but we'll also answer some of the questions that Mr. Bellis has concerning a new facility or putting that into the contract as well, to the new RFPs.
The reality is, Counselor,
new facility as part of the process.
And that's a viable alternative. My concern is, are we here in 6 months? I'm at a point right now with the shelter where I have to start reducing costs. And reducing those costs take us back to where we were. It takes away the strides that we've worked so hard to put in place. So when you don't have the staff, or you don't have the dollars to take care of the medical expenses and provide the vaccinations and clean the shelter appropriately, provide the training that we're doing, which has been so critical to getting these animals out of the shelter. I think I've cited the numbers before, but we started with we had 126 dogs when I took over November 7th. The shelter has a capacity of 80. We had 97 cats and a capacity of 60. We had 54 dogs that had been in the shelter November 17th last year, over 2 years. We had dogs that were born in that shelter. Of those 54, 46 of those dogs are now in homes or sanctuaries. We have 8 left. But then you have the dogs coming up behind those, the dogs that had been here for a year. And a substantial number of those have left. Last year, our average rotation rate was 39.7 days. Right now, it's 8.3 days. Last year, our maximum length of stay, so that is how long does an animal stay there versus all the animals that come in and out of the shelter, was 357 days. Right now, we've got that down to 157 days. So the strides that we have made this takes the shelter to where I think all of us want it. Because ultimately, as Mr. Bellis just talked about, you reduce the costs by moving the animals quicker and by reducing intake. So these efficiencies that he's talking about are the things that are going to reduce our costs. And we're already seeing some reduction in our costs. As these animals leave, these long-term residents leave, we see a reduction. And we see that curve coming closer together. You can look at things from a short-term perspective or a long-term perspective. I look at a lot from a long-term perspective. In short-term, dealing with this issue and keeping the shelter on track is the thing that's going to really take us where we need to go.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Harvey, I know it's tough when you're not in government, but let me just give you some logistics. For an RFP of this size, we would have to give the respondents at least a month to answer it. It would take us 2 weeks to prepare a contract, 2 weeks to get it to council. So it takes a month for us to actually get that contract written, agreed to, and out. So that's your 2 months. If I leave here today and I get Linda and I get Marietta and Sharon and we write a contract, it's not going to get out for 2 weeks. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't realistically see that we could get a contract of this size and detail out, having done it at the county, in less than 4 months. So maybe we could find a compromise that we could agree that we will start this task force right away. We will bring an animal ordinance back to the council for their examination. Well, actually, we can bring that draft back within 2 weeks at the next meeting on the 28th for passage within 6 weeks. We can put a clause in there that would allow for or require the renegotiation of the contract if there's a passage of an ordinance to reflect the realities of that ordinance in the interim. But we've also got to look at these other things like building sites, cost, design. So 4 months?
4 months would be fine. I'm not opposed to going to 6 months. We're going to do our part to make this work. We are, if you haven't noticed, we're all very dedicated to making this work. And we love Taos. And we love Taos County. And we love our animals. And Taos is a class act. And I'm relatively new to Taos. And I've seen some amazing things go on here.
Councilman Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, the only reason I suggested 6 months is because of Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want to come back here in 4 months and say we need an extension on our contract for another 2 months. I'm asking that everything within our power to do and try to get things done as quickly as possible for everybody's concern. But I'm also looking at it and saying because of Murphy's Law, there's always a chance that something is going to get delayed. Or the ability to switch players may take a little bit of time if that happens. And so I want to have that cushion there to say we don't have to come back in here and talk about this again within that time period, but more talk about the solutions to the problem would be more, in my way of thinking, than an extension of a contract. So that's the reason I mentioned 6 months.
And we're not opposed to 6 months. We'd be willing to accept that if we can get those stipulations in place and go to work on resolving the problem and then looking at some options for the shelter and how we work together to get to where we need to go.
Remember, a 6 month extension doesn't mean that you have to be there through the 6 months. It just means that we have up to 6 months without having to come in for an extension again. And if something happens within 40 days or 30 days from now to solve or to change the operator or give you a new different type of contract or whatever, it could still happen. You're not obligated to be here for 6 months. That's not the question. The question is that we just don't have to look at it for 6 months.
Yeah, I understand. And we fully intend to be here. And one of the things that I know that a lot of our supporters talk to us about is the willingness of our elected officials to get behind a program that's really going to once and for all make a difference. People give to where they think that their money's going to a good cause and really reflecting that there's a solution at the end of the tunnel. And so when I go out and I talk to potential donors and supporters and businesses and people that we ask to support us, there's a lot of the questions that they ask. We've had an animal control problem for a long time, and people remember that, and they remember the history. And the shelter has a sordid history going back, the ups and downs. And our intent is never to go back there again. And I'm telling you, we're never going back there again. The shelter will go away. The Humane Society of Taos will go away. Stray Hearts will be no more. There will never again be another meltdown. We know that. The shelter cannot survive another one. The town can't survive it. The county can't survive it. And so before that happens, we'll sell it off, liquidate it, turn it over. We'll do something. But the resolve of the community is it doesn't go back there again. And that's our commitment. And that's why we need the help. That's why we need the support. We don't need the help. We need the support. You folks make a difference. And that's where we need the help. And this kind of communication, when people see this and they see us working together toward the ultimate goal of resolving the problem, they'll get behind it. And they'll help us get where we need to go.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things we could do so that you feel like we're making progress is we don't have to do a full-blown RFP. A lot of times what you can do is you can just send out like an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications, or a notice of interest, which you identify people that might be interested or potential providers, and you just say, is there anybody interested out there? You don't have the terms of the contract and all of that. But it's a way to get a mailing list and get the process early to see if there isn't even anybody out there. And we could do that fairly quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Bellis, we don't want to increase costs to the town. There's work involved in all these things. And, we really feel like we're partners in this. And so when you have to put out a full-blown RFP and there's expense involved in that and all these things that go along with it, that's not in our mission. And so if we can do this in a simpler manner, we're all for it. That's what we want to do. Because our ultimate goal is not to go away. Our ultimate goal is to make this shelter successful as partners with the town and the county. That's our goal. So whatever we need to do to get there, that's what we want to do.
So, Councilman Peralta, you want to make an attempt at a resolution? Not a resolution, but this forward?
No, I just think we need a new amendment for a 6 month extension of the original contract. If the original contract was July 1st, of 2014 and an extension from July 1st, 2015 to
December 31st.
December 31st.
Okay, so
And with a extension amount, it then would be
48,000, sir.
48,000?
48,000, sir. So it would be an amendment to extend contract TT 1550 till December 31st, 2015 at a cost of $48,000.
Now, one of the things that I'd like to comment on real quick is that, we made some suggestions early on, and, I had asked us to get creative in how we help the shelter weather the storm and get to that place that we want to be. One of the things we asked for early on was the possibility of our utility bill being part of the contract, because there is an anti-donation clause, and so we can't do that. So if we make it part of the contract, is that something that will help? That's $600 a month. Not a huge amount. The thing is facility services we asked for. Is there some work that the town could help us with? That could be, and when that's stipulated as a line item in the contract, it's not any donation. We don't have to deal with that. So we're looking for some help. Cash should be nice. But we know that everybody's strapped. We know the town's strapped. We've all lived it. So how do we get it in the right place? And that's something we need, because we do need some help now. Is that something that's a possibility?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lopez, this contract, the current contract ended June 30th, so we can't pay the shelter unless we do an amendment today.
You can renew the contract, but you can't provide for additional compensation without doing another RFP. And I disagree with Mr. Yoakum. Even though it's included in the contract, if it's not part of the procurement process, it could be perceived as a violation of anti-donation.
But as a sole source provider, does that not outweigh that?
Well, if that determination is made and the provisions of sole source determination are complied with, but that's not what we have before us. We have an existing contract that has a renewable clause in it. The reason it was brought before council is because any renewals in excess of $30,000 have to be approved by council. That's why we're here today on this.
Chief, question?
Yes, sir.
On the 40, it's 96,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Divided by 12?
8,000.
Okay, 8,000 a month.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 6 months, 48,000.
Excuse me, my understanding is that the motion, was it a motion that was made, was to, rather than extend it a year, which was what's on the agenda, was to extend it 6 months, and the 96,000 is put in there. It's not doubling the amount of the contract. It's just putting $96,000 in for the next term. But the proposal, the motion is to do half of that. So 6 months at half of the 96,000, which is 48,000.
So do we have a...
I have a motion, but I don't have a second.
We have a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, further discussion.
Sir, if I could.
Please.
No, I'll do it offline. No discussion.
Okay. So no other discussion. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Kuntu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
And Harvey, just want to thank you guys in a professional manner that you guys, I know we got a lot of criticism and we continue to get criticism on the fireworks. And I know that you guys were very adamant at working with our fire department and trying to, mitigate any problems that might come up. I know Mr. Bellis went down there and helped down there too, and I applaud him for doing that. And we've looked for a number of places. We've made some suggestions. There is other issues in different areas. Too close to gas stations, too close to
flammable stuff. So, we're working at it. I want to make sure people know that we're working at it, but also through the fire department, it benefits the community because it does mitigate fires that happen during those times too. So there's pluses on both ends. So hopefully we can find a better solution or a solution down the road. So again, thank you and your staff for working with us.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, the manager asked for volunteers for the task force and to sit on the animal ordinance. I'll volunteer, and certainly if a fellow counselor has a passion, I don't want to create a quorum. So, but I'd sure like to volunteer unless there's somebody more qualified for both those, sir.
And I
think you
would be great. It's an opportunity that we have, and I continue to support you guys as I always have. So
you guys always have, and we appreciate it. And please understand, it's really for the sake of the animals in the shelter, and that's why you guys get paid the big bucks, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Councilman, you thought that was going to be a short agenda.
I apologize. Was I wrong?
We're going to go to Resolution 1527, discuss consideration possible approval of Resolution 1527. Mr. Bellis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rose Vargas, the chairperson of the Taos ACD Main Street, is here to do a presentation. And Floyd, I believe that there's a PowerPoint on the computer there that you need. Oh, Conrad's got it. Sorry.
And good afternoon.
And Ilona Spruce, another board member.
Hi.
Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor Barrone, council members, and town manager, Mr. Bellis. Okay, thank you. I'd also like to introduce Ilona Spruce, who is also a board member on the Taos Arts and Cultural District Main Street Board. I'd like to start off with, on behalf of all of our board members for the Taos Arts and Cultural District Main Street Board, we want to thank you for signing the MOU at the last council meeting. Additionally, I also want to mention that Rich Williams, who is the New Mexico Main Street Director, has recognized this first step as a good faith act. And so our next step today is to provide the requested information related to our request, and what we will be sharing with each of you is our work plan, our deliverables, our budget, and additionally the job description for the executive director. And also to request for consideration approval of the resolution that is being presented today. We also do want to recognize your time, which is greatly appreciated on behalf of our board. And so what I'd like to do is start with our PowerPoint. And so, again, we're here as a result of the Main Street program. Real places doing real work to revitalize their economies and preserve their character. What we really want to emphasize here is that, as mentioned at the previous meeting, this program, this model, has been around for over 30 years. And over that period of time, there are currently 28 Main Street affiliates who participate throughout the state of New Mexico. The focus of this is for each individual community. This is an asset-based community economic development approach to restoring a thriving economy in all of our New Mexico communities. The pathway. The pathway to the Main Street ACD certification begins, of course, with an application. And as we all know, this really began early in 2009. And then there's a review, there's a readiness assessment, and then there is the selection of the designation. So where we are today is we are at the startup level of the program. Our goal within the next 2 years is to reach the state certified program with a long-term goal of the national accreditation. And currently, there are 7 Main Street affiliates who have reached that level. So out of the 28, that takes a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a lot of patience as well. This is just some additional information that I'm really not going to go into. This is more at the state level, but it does represent from 2013 to 2015 the performance within New Mexico. It's identifying the net new businesses. We're talking about the monies that have become available as well through this program. The partnership is a public-private partnership which involves our local government, which is the Town of Taos, the New Mexico Main Street level, which is at the state, and then the local Main Street. The benefits to each of the partners in this, of course, is for our local government, for the Town of Taos, the financial support that is provided from the state of New Mexico for operations. And then additionally, the opportunities for capital outlay dollars. And this is really managed by the town as the fiscal agent. At our level, at the Arts and Cultural District Main Street Board, we are going to be making sure that we're connecting with the community stakeholders. We are accountable for putting into practice the 4-point projects, making sure that we are providing all of the resources for developing the initiatives, the planning, statistical reporting, coordination with the state and with the city, and what is even more important is that we are held accountable to the compliance piece of this. There is an annual review that is completed to make sure that we maintain our certification. And I think that's really important to all of us because of the financial investment that the town is considering. On an earlier slide, I referred to asset-based economic development. Asset-based, again, these are recognizing the assets that we have within our community and recognizing how we can maximize that so that we are taking advantage and making really good decisions as it relates to our goals for economic development. This is really a community-driven development rather than by external agencies. This initiative requires the collaboration, and it's not just the input of one organization. It is collaboration from the town, it is collaboration from the businesses, it is collaboration from the property owners. I've mentioned the 4 points approach. This is the model behind the Main Street program. So we have design, and what immediately falls into the design element is the master plan. Then we have our promotions. And this is really focusing on the downtown image building. Then we have the economic vitality, focused around business development and business retention, and then organization. This is what's going to help us be sustainable. This is what we need to follow in order to make sure that we are delivering and that we are executing and that the town can really see what their investment is doing for our community. Under design, we're looking at, improving the streetscapes, the signage, wayfinding, placemaking, building rehabilitation, historic preservation, master plans, MRA and TIF financing tools, and there are a lot of resources that fall into that particular category. Under the economic vitality, it's understanding our district's current economic condition and really identifying the opportunities for market growth. This is a really important area, and that is supporting our existing businesses and recruiting new ones. As we all know, one of our businesses, decided that they needed to close their doors, and that was Moby Dickens. And there's always some sadness anytime that a business has to make that decision. It's not an easy one to make. Under promotions, this is really focusing and building on our downtown as a destination. And it's not to say that we're not already doing that, but how do we maximize that? How are we creating that image? And, by really putting into practice those areas, we will really, really be successful in that area. Organization. The responsibility falls on our board and our committees as well. We're going to be looking at raising money for projects and administration. We're going to be looking for volunteers. We're going to be looking for ways to promote the programs, managing finances, and coordinating economic development partners. This is really the driver for this model for Main Street. The strategic piece of it. It has to include design, organization, promotion, and economic vitality. These 4 points are critical to economic development. And this is really a new requirement that the state has incorporated as part of the MOU. I believe that as a result of the new changes on the MOU, it gives us a lot more clearer direction. We know as partners what we're expected to do. On this next slide, this is an example of what a Main Street affiliate did. They identified the strategy, and in this particular example, it was to capture more local consumer dollars by helping existing businesses to better serve local residents. The outcome of this was to increases the measured for sales in Main Street District, the gross receipts taxes, car, pedestrian traffic, and attendance at key events. And again, as you look at the sample below, it identifies the steps that were taken in each of the 4-point areas. So now we're looking at the Arts and Cultural District Initiative. And again, same principles as what we just reviewed with the Main Street. It is asset-based, and it is a community economic development approach. We are looking at the arts, entrepreneurism, the cultural programming, and destination development via the arts and culture tourism. This just gives more information regarding the 4-point approach as it relates to the Arts and Cultural District. We have physical planning and development. We have the branding and marketing capacity and sustainability, the cultural planning and development. And again, we've identified the roles here as well. In this slide, what we are identifying are the resources that the New Mexico Main Street program is committed to delivering to our community. We have the financial resources. Under that, we have the capital outlay, the LEDA funds, other state and federal funds, tax credits for property owners, business development incentives, the NMRA grants, and this is directed to nonprofit resources. And then we also have the NMCMSC advocacy, and this is a part of the legislature process. Technical expertise. This is what is provided to us as a board. And in order to really maximize all of these areas, we must be certified at the state, receive the state certification in order to benefit from all of the full resources. And if we were to translate this into dollars, this contribution actually is anywhere between $35,000 to $60,000 annually. That's quite a considerable investment on the state side. So over here, we're kind of identifying the missed opportunities that we weren't able to take advantage of while we were in our inactive status. $80,000 was allocated in order to complete the master planning. That was as a result of an unexecuted MOU. The $30,000 yearly, which is the technical assistance, again related to our inactive status, and the dollars that could have been taken advantage as far as the LEDA and the capital outlay funds. Our current opportunities. We still have an opportunity to take advantage of the $25,000 that came from capital outlay from Representative Gonzalez, and we only have until 2016 in order to be able to take advantage of that. For this year, for fiscal year 16, what is eligible in capital outlay is $500,000, but we are not eligible to participate in that. Additionally, there is $100,000 allocated in LEDA funds as it relates to the theater initiative. And again, for this fiscal year, we're not eligible for that. And then if we look at the LEDA business development resources, the potential could be as much as $3 million. Now, if the town does decide to approve the resolution, we are eligible in all of these areas for fiscal year 2017. This diagram gives a picture of how the organization is structured. And so we show the Taos Main Street ACD Board of Directors, the Main Street Executive Director, who reports directly to the Taos Main Street ACD Board of Directors, the local government partner who is a part of this. Then to the right, we've identified the potential resources that will help us with our efforts towards economic development. Then we've also identified all of the committees that we will be supporting and we will be working with as well. So we have our organization task force, we have the design task force, we have the economic positioning task force, the promotions, and then the ACD coordinating council. And again, all of these tie directly in to the 4-point approach, which is the model for Main Street. So here, what we are looking at for our goals for fiscal year 16 and 17 is we're going to start with the organizational. And that is that we recognize, and we've already discussed, that we need to recruit additional board members. We are looking to have a board that consists of 9 members. We are looking for those members to represent our local businesses, our property owners, financial institutions, and individuals from planning, design, architectural, and arts and culture enterprises. In addition to that, we feel that it is extremely important that we have identified ex officio advisors from both the town and the county, from the Art Council, and from the Chamber of Commerce. We will be working on our work plans. We are going to be fundraising to match town funds, and we're looking to begin the first year from $40,000 to $60,000 each year. So we're looking at both fiscal years 2016 and 17. We will be engaging in the New Mexico Main Street coaching activities, which is provided directly from the state. We will be hiring the executive director. We have a job description that we're going to be presenting to you as well, and of course we will be responsible for placing that job announcement for this position. These are the deliverables that the state has committed to our organization. And what they've also committed to is to providing us with monthly coaching sessions to begin in August. These are areas that they bring their own resources, their own expertise to help us actually make sure that we are meeting all of the 4-point approaches. So we've got economic positioning, we've got design. If we look at the design category, we're looking at the property business owners, training, we're looking at a cleanup campaign, we're looking at design education campaign. Under organization, our focus is going to be on the recruitment of board members. It's going to be on the recruitment of volunteers. We are also going to be establishing the working committees for the Main Street and ACD projects, the fundraising plan, and the volunteer recruitment plan, as well as the data collection and reporting. Under promotion, we've identified to receive the necessary resources and coaching under the develop ideas to create the PIP for special events. PIP meaning project implementation plans for retail events as well. On our goals and projects for fiscal year 16 and 17, we have identified these particular areas to start working on, and that is on a downtown events calendar, initiate the exploration of an MRA TIF designation, the downtown master plan, the initiate design education training supports, coordinate the technical assistance related to window displays, wayfinding, and facade squads. We're looking at initiating performance and programming on the Taos Plaza, supporting the historic county courthouse rehab, looking at the Plaza Theater restoration, looking at redeveloping the alley east of the Plaza Theater, enhancing the pedestrian crosswalks in the downtown district, improving downtown wayfinding. And this was actually a request that came from a business owner at a prior meeting that was held. And this particular individual came from the Ladue Street area. And then explore the development of technology innovation center. Examples could be the old police station and looking at the new potential downtown businesses as well. Under the arts and cultural district goals and projects, we're looking at the research and development of the MRA. Again, the research and development of the tax increment financing, enhancing the public art program, producing downtown walking tours and maps, and then developing a new Taos Arts signature event that can help reestablish Taos as a unique center and destination for the production, exposure, and sales of traditional and contemporary arts. And this is actually a requirement that we have to meet annually. And a lot of this is already put into place. This is about building on those concepts and on those ideas and working with those individuals who have already started this effort. Again, we are going to be focusing on strengthening our collaboration with the Arts Council, the arts entrepreneurs, and the cultural economy leadership and entities in our community. Also, to be reaching out to the Taos Municipal Schools and the UNM on collaborative community development and arts and cultural projects. And as we saw earlier with Rocky Mountain Youth and their presentation, it is really important that we start reaching out to our youth community members because they are really a critical part of our success and making them a part of this process. And then what has also been identified was to look at how we expand the Cuentos de Taos, looking at community interviews and storytelling. This is what was identified as one of our biggest treasures. We want to make sure that we continue to capture this, that we don't lose this, because it is the story of who we are and what has brought us to this place today. So with that, we have identified our deliverables and our project plans. I also included a budget because that was a request as well, and I'm hoping that you have that available as well. So because the MOU is focused on a 2-year commitment, we decided to go ahead and prepare this budget for fiscal year 2016 and 2017. And we've identified the sources of revenue. And as previously communicated, the Town of Taos had indicated that they would consider a financial investment at $60,000. So we've identified other sources from other government grants. We're looking at $5,000 for the first year. We've identified sources from foundations and other grants in the amount of $18,500, from corporations in the amount of $8,000, and individual contributions, fundraising activities for $4,000, for a total cash revenue of $95,500. We've identified the expenses for the first year, and I'm not going to go over them in detail, but other than that, we do have identified our total cash expenses at $95,353,000, and you can see where we've identified what we're projecting for 2017 as well. You should also have a copy of the job description for the Taos Main Street ACD Executive Director. It is very clearly defined. There's accountability built into this. We will be doing annual reviews, just as I expect the town would be reviewing our performance at our level as well. So, at this point, I would also like to provide a timeline summary of the previous accomplishments. And I'm going to go back to 2009. And that is when we were granted the designation of the Arts and Cultural District affiliation. In 2012, we were granted the emerging community status. And in 2012 as well is when the Taos Arts and Cultural District Plan was adopted by the Town of Taos. In 2013, we were granted the Main Street Startup Affiliate. In 2014, we received our IRS 501c3 exempt status. In 2015, the MOU was signed by the Town of Taos, subject, of course, to the resolution that is going to be presented and voted on today. Additionally, our request to the town for consideration for approval of the resolution. I would like to open it to questions at this time.
Councilman Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go to the budget.
Absolutely.
You identified other government grants. What other government grants?
Well, we're going to be looking at the county for this.
Okay, and then foundations and other grants. What have you looked at there to?
We would be considering. Give me just a moment here. we have been provided through the state other resources that we are able to apply for grants from various foundations. And so we will be utilizing this in our efforts to receive additional monies. I'm sorry, I'm just not finding it at this moment. I thought I had it marked.
I believe you're automatically eligible for funding through the McCune Foundation as a Main Street community.
Yes,
also
yes.
the Coalition of New Mexico Communities, which
There-
is an annual appropriation.
There are many resources that are available to
What
us.
is the timetable for getting those grants in order to meet the budget, which started 15 days ago?
Well, we, the order that we're going to take, of course, is we've got to recruit our board members. We need to fill that executive director position. Once we've established that, and, hopefully within the next 30 days, we can get the board members that we need so that we are a board of 9. We will immediately start to advertise the position, and so we will probably give it 30 days to receive applications. And interesting enough, I've already been approached by a couple of individuals who have been listening to the presentations and have moved to Taos from other areas and have participated in Main Street programs. So I'm very encouraged by that. Then we will be looking at our efforts for fundraising. We don't have a lot of time, and we recognize this.
I have a concern with your executive salary.
Yes.
$44,000.
Yes.
Are you looking at a part-time position?
We feel that with what we can do within this next scope is that this is what we're working towards now. Depending on the individual who fills this position, and if we're gaining a lot of momentum in this, we will look at other considerations. But this is what we're projecting.
Because you're looking at $50,000 for the second year,
Yes.
which I think both of them are unrealistic.
Well,
and secondly, discussions I've had with our manager and that is that the executive director would be in-house with the Town of Taos and not with ACD.
Well, I'm going to refer you to the...
discussion have been discussed with you?
Yes, it has, and as I mentioned at the previous meetings, if you refer to the MOU, the executive director position is within the scope of the Arts and Cultural District organization. And we have spoken to the state and reached out. And their response to us is that this is a non-negotiable item.
Mr. Manager?
Well, I think Rich's concern is a control issue, and I think the town's concern is that if you look around New Mexico at this number, which is suggested by the state, the average stay of a Main Street director is somewhere between 6 months and 2.5 years. Part of that's burnout, but part of it's also that it's unrealistic that somebody can live on this kind of money in most communities, especially Taos. I think there's also a concern, and Rich and I have had this conversation in the past, that Main Streets come and go. They go dormant all the time. For the most part, they're successful programs, but boards change, and they're not generally looked at by journeyman economic development people as real secure jobs. They're either entry level or something you do after you retire to pick up a little income. And the town really has some, in your work plan and in the town's work plan, the ordinances that it approved for the cultural plan, some really massive tasks that are going to require very competent people, a lot of work, and that they be here long enough to finish those out, such as an MRA, Metropolitan Redevelopment Area, such as looking at a business improvement district or special improvement district. They're not simple tasks, and they take broad knowledge. People generally across the country, Main Street directors, if you go to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which advertises those jobs, generally those that get filled the quickest are the ones that are sponsored by municipal governments because they offer benefits, medical. You don't have to pay all the taxes on what you're getting paid, so that 44 isn't really 44. It's probably more like 28. I would hope that the board would consider the option that the town could advertise, that the town could offer benefits, the town could fund the position and know that it's there. It's not one of the difficulties of Main Streets is your job is predicated on you finding your salary, and you're kind of going to be in that position here. I think you'd get a better number of candidates to choose from, and you would probably get a better level of candidates. But to address your concerns as a 501c3 and to address the concerns like the Farmington model, and I believe Artesia did it, of Rich and the state as to the independence, there's no reason, like under the Farmington model, that person totally answered to the board. They were picked by the board. They answered to the board's work plan, agenda, meetings, reports, everything. But the town's contribution to be sure that the town was going to get its money's worth and that the director would stay was that they funded that position and then the office costs that went with that, so that the Main Street organization and its fundraising efforts could focus on the events and these other things.
And I recognize that those are very valid concerns. On the flip side, there's concerns also about an individual feeling like they're reporting to two different entities. I don't see how that can effectively work. The state recognizes that they took this model in Farmington and in another with another affiliation, and that now they're working through some very major issues as well. So what I do want to state is that this is not our requirement as a board. This is the requirement at the state level as it was mentioned in the MOU, which was signed by the Town of Taos. And I do recognize your concerns. I do.
Councilwoman Cantu?
Yeah, I wanted to give you a chance, Ms. Cruz, to say something. Is Taos Pueblo planning on being involved with the ACD, or what part is the Pueblo going to be playing on this?
As far as the ACD goes, and my involvement is that I feel like, and my position with the tribe is the tourism director. And as far as my position goes, I see that there's a lack of visitation coming back into the town. And the reason for that is because we deal with our buses and whatnot directly. We don't deal with a sub or anything like that. We deal with them directly. My whole idea of educating myself and being a part of the board is learning about the ACD and the Main Street program, because I know it on the national level due to the fact that the tribal community of Zuni had a Main Street up until recently, and the reason for that was change in tribal government. So to me, I thought, wow, if Zuni can get people to start going out there with the Main Street program, then maybe that's something the Town of Taos should start looking into. And so I wanted to, when I was first approached about becoming a part of the board, that was my reasoning behind it, was I felt that it was a way to educate myself and to also support the town in efforts to start bringing people back into this area. We have, and we do see, many charter buses throughout the year that don't stop in the town of Taos. They just don't. And it's because there either isn't efficient overnight stay, or there isn't efficient restaurants in the area for them to stay. And so really, and then being a part of another group that deals with tribal tourism, is that everyone's tapping into the Santa Fe market. And focusing on the day trips to Taos, and that's what we've tapped into. When I see the program as far as the Arts and Culture District goes, and the potential of the national standing of the Main Street program, and the funding that could come into the town of Taos to help the downtown area, or what we consider downtown, the Plaza, I see it as a plus for everyone, not just the town of Taos, but even the surrounding communities. And so that's where I see it as being, even if it doesn't stay for very long, somehow, some way, this downtown plaza needs to be upgraded. It has to be. And we have to utilize resources that come to our table in any way, shape, or form. And as we all know, it takes to utilize money in order to make money. And that's something that I think, we all know that we don't have the funding. We don't have, those resources always coming to the plate and coming to the table. And the thing is Taos is not just a state-renowned area, not just a national-renowned area. It's an internationally renowned area. And that's something that I think we have to get back to. And in order to maintain and keep that status, we have to live up to the expectations of the visitor. And I'm not saying that we start bringing in Starbucks or anything like that. What I'm saying is that we have to have clean streets. We have to have certain amenities that visitors need. We have to get away from the kitsch stuff that's in the plaza. We have to, and those, and even within my own realm of the Pueblo, we're working on, really involving the Indian Arts and Crafts Act upon items that are being sold. We're dealing with a huge animal up there as far as items in that realm are considered. And, I think that as far as the Main Street program goes, like you said, Rick, sometimes they don't always stay. They decimate at times, and you see that happening. But what they do, though, is I think they make everybody more aware of the potential of what the community was and could be. And I'm not saying that Taos isn't at a great point, but what I am saying is that we're all hurting, and it's noticeable. And I think the resources there, and if we can utilize whatever we can pull from the Main Street program in order to help the community, then we should do it. And that's the way I saw when I was first approached about the ACD, because at first I didn't know what it was. I only knew from the enactment of the whole act coming from the Obama administration of the Main Street program really coming to light and him putting more money into it. That's where I started looking into it. And then from the tribal side of things, there's a couple tribal communities across the country that are involved in the Main Street program, especially checkerboard communities. And although we don't have a lot of land in the area, we do have land in the town of Taos area, and it just hasn't been developed. And that's where I see the potential, is that if the town of Taos maneuvers through the program and you utilize the program, there's always something positive that can come out of a program that's already been established, and it's been proven in other communities to work. And I think we're at a point where we need to take those steps. And that's where I come from. And as far as the Pueblo being involved, I just see it as being a plus for us too, because if we can say, oh, well, you can go into the town of Taos and you can do this, that, and the other, then that's great. That keeps more visitors here overnight. Right now, when I get buses coming in, I can't really send them to somebody. I send them to, hopefully they'll stay at Sagebrush. Maybe if their clientele can afford it, maybe they'll stay at El Monte. Other than that, it's like, our little bed and breakfasts can't facilitate groups of that size. We've hit a point where there's either, there's a high range and there's not really like a middle ground. And so I run into that all the time. And a lot of times, because we work tribally together, the reference is Buffalo Thunder. And that's just the reality of the situation. And it's because it's fully contained. There's entertainment going on all the time. They shuttle in and out of Santa Fe. And it's a moderate price for that clientele. And I think, if we had more events and whatnot going on in the Taos area, and that's a complaint that we hear quite often from visitors, is what else is there to do? And and I know the town has really worked hard on making events happen in the evenings, which has been great for us, because we don't know, you can't go anywhere after 5 in the Pueblo. We don't do anything after 5. So it's like, and so people ask us too, can we camp? No. Can we be in here after dark? No. I hate always telling people no. So it's been really nice in the past year or two that we've been able to tell people that, oh yeah, there's this going on. Oh yeah, there's this, that, and the other. But I think we can do better. I just think and I think it's just coming out of maybe it's my age, that I just think we can do better, and I've been to other communities that do come from a long history, and that's what's great about Taos, is that we have a significant history here that we can share. We can educate people that this isn't Mexico, this is New Mexico, and there's a lot of people who come in with that mentality, and I just think we have an opportunity, so why not take it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rose, did you have anybody else that
We have Rena.
Yes, we have Rena who would like to speak as well.
And I can move.
I would like to also mention that, the budget as it was proposed, we welcome suggestions on that from the town. Again, we look at the town as being one of our huge resources in working towards this effort. So I did want to make that statement to each one of you. And again, what we're asking as far as a financial investment is considerable. So all of your concerns, your comments are we take them very, very, very seriously. It is our goal to make sure that, we are maximizing and working for every opportunity that we can to benefit from the LEADA monies, from the capital outlay. And, as a result, this is what is managed by the town. Where the town feels there's the greatest need as to how we're going to utilize those funds. So, Rena, I also do have some letters of support that I'd like to provide to the town council as well.
I think you both have covered it beautifully. I don't have anything significant to add to it, but I want to say how glad we are to have the experienced person Alona is in the Pueblo, and someone young mean, every board in town needs to have young blood and young ideas that belong to this century.
Absolutely. I mean, it's what makes, everything fresh and alive. And, the older we get, hopefully with that comes wisdom. And, as we get to that point in our life, it's not that, our level of participation is definitely at a different level, because we are engaging those individuals that have those fresh ideas and have the energy level as well. So what I would like to say is a final statement to each one of you is that in closing, again, we thank you again for signing the MOU for the town's past support, because if the town had not been supportive, we would not have had these accomplishments from 2009 through current as well. And we also want to thank you for your consideration for today, for considering approving today's presented resolution, which we do believe is going to enable our community to move forward in meeting the needs that have been voiced by not just us, but by other businesses, by property owners who support the Main Street program. So we thank you for your time. We know it's been a long day for each one of you.
Thank you. Council, any further questions? Councilman?
It all looks really pretty on paper, but I wish it could have had a hard copy of your presentation, because there really is a lot more questions on there that it was real quick. I couldn't write everything down. The 335 new businesses in New Mexico, I'd really like a list of those. I would like to do more investigating. This has been tossed around through your organization, your board of directors, people involved. I'd like to know a plan on business retention, cultural programming. If you're the miracle workers on economic development, I would bow down to you. But it's all words to me right now. I mean, what economic development? Is there any plans on that? Can you share anything?
Well, as I mentioned, the model is working on the 4-point approaches in all of the different areas. And, we can come in and say this is what we think needs to be done. But in order for this to be successful, this requires the input from the community as well. So there is a process that needs to take place in order for us to identify what we feel as a community is really going to affect our economic development strategy. So you're right. It's a lot of words. I'm not going to deny that. But what I think I can speak to with a lot of confidence is that this model has been proven in other communities in the state of New Mexico. So it is a huge advantage for us to make sure that we are networking with them, that, we are reaching out to them and identifying what is a good fit for our community as well.
I believe that your work plan in your PowerPoint indicates that the state provides, as a first step, beginning in August, if we do this, a market analysis, which then goes into funding for a downtown master plan, parking plan, which includes a business infrastructure plan, as well as your standard flow and streetscapes, and that's a 2-year process.
That's correct. And all of these initiatives are actually from the plan, the cultural plan that was created and adopted in 2012. some of those identified projects may be a little bit outdated, but what we have identified is what we can. There's room for attention and for enhancement in there as well. So again, all of these projects came from the members of the community when this plan was initiated. And that's what we're using to go forward. Again, there was time and effort placed into this. Since it was adopted, there's been no opportunity to really put it into any kind of action until now.
I think you might want to mention also that, and because I don't think the three newer council people, the mayor, are aware of it, but there was as former Mayor Peralta knows, there was an arts and cultural district plan that was drafted by the state with a series of community meetings, and that was adopted, I believe, it wasn't in 9, it was maybe 11, and then in I don't know, I sent all this in an email to the council. And then there was a second plan, which was an economic revitalization plan, which was more infrastructure related.
Right.
And then there was a design study by the New Mexico, by UNM and their architectural school, which wasn't officially adopted. It was listed as an adjunct to the comp plan, but was never really incorporated. So I think it's less of a question of, as I read, somebody wrote somewhere, there's been enough studies to collect dust and fill a garbage dump, but the point is there's never been an organization that's been established long enough to actually implement those plans and put them into action and create a financing mechanism for the parking ramp, or which was an initiative of Mayor Peralta's, or through a business improvement district, which I think is ultimately the goal here, to let that any mature Main Street becomes a special improvement district, a business district, a redevelopment district, that it has, or TIF, the TID, it has some sort of financing attached to it that allows it to then partner with the state, the local government, and the property owners themselves commit to these types of large-scale projects that make a difference, like redoing the plaza or putting up a parking ramp or enticing a new hotel to the area.
Right.
Upscale grocery store.
Right. Right.
I don't know that you're aware of that, Rose, but I had circulated to the board, I'm sorry, it is a long day, to the council up here, a copy of, which is a little bit more broken out than the graph you had within the PowerPoint. But there was, as was pointed out in that graph, $25,000 by Councilman Gonzalez, which the only reason we don't have that is we're not a Main Street community because it's dedicated to that. There was $75,000 approved for the parking plan, and while we cannot get that this year, there has been representation in the past that work was actually started on that in anticipation of that, and it would be funded in a future year. Main Street communities are eligible annually for up to $100,000 in the capital outlay pool that comes out of, that's different than the legislative appropriation. It goes directly to NMEDD for Main Street and Arts and Culture District communities. The historic theaters funding, which we are not eligible this year for, but could be next year, and I think we heard a presentation from
the TCA from Deborah McLean.
For the partner on that, and then I know that Mr. Saad buying the old theater had asked about it as well, and in fact Main Street people had visited that theater and proposed a design for it. There is a separate breakout for LEDA funding within economic development of up to $100,000, that's what I'm interested in, is really, and I thank Councilman Peralta as well, is okay, where's their hard money to help the businesses, to get them to be able to remodel a building or to open up a new business. And then there's the NMFA planning grants, which we as a municipality are entitled to anyway, but there's an additional set aside for Main Street communities of up to $50,000. And then And I asked Lewis to be here because he actually had the conversation, but it's my understanding in his talking to Rich Williams that Rich said if we were interested in an MRA, a bid, a TIF, and we were talking about some of the potential projects, that there are real people interested in doing in the downtown, that he would be willing to pay for that study, and that could be done this year, which is, we estimate, about $80,000.
Okay.
And then, of course, there's your cash match, which in your year one is $98,500. So that came up to $600,500 of, and there's no guarantee you're going to get all this money. And as I've said, some of it we wouldn't be eligible till next year. But I think it has been clear that the state has been very they really see Taos as kind of the model for an arts and culture district and a Main Street district. And in fact, our former Secretary of Tourism said New Mexico True was actually based around Taos. And there's been something of a frustration, and I won't say who said it, but there was one state official who said, we just can't even throw money at that town to get them to take it. So I do feel optimistic that if we had the designation, and when we had brought it over to the county, certainly there was a lot of interest. 4 or 5 people from the state came down and said, we want to do these projects, pay for this money. I think it's not pie in the sky. There's a good likelihood that at least half of this per year could come to us. And at a point where we don't have $0 for economic development, and it's a high priority for the council during our recent retreat, that's $300,000 to $600,000 more than we've got now.
Right. It's just an additional channel for funding resources. We don't claim that we're the answer for everything here in Taos, but we do believe that we can maximize those opportunities in a way that benefits our community. And again, we're going to look to the town for guidance as well.
Council? Mr. Mayor, the budget really hurts me. I don't think it's realistic. I don't feel comfortable with it. First of all, you're not going to get a director for that kind of money. And the rest of the budget then needs to be increased in order to handle that. And I'm concerned about the grants program because they take a long time to come in. You can apply for grants, but sometimes it takes years for them to actually fund them. So I just have concerns over that, and I wish I had a little bit better support for the funding resources that have to be done by ACD to get there. And if I had that sort of confidence, then I would be more inclined to this, because I think this is a good program and needs to happen. But I don't want to go into it half-baked, and that's where I'm at right now. And so I can't support it at this point in time until I get some better information and documentation to see that the funding is going to be there to support this project. Again, within the Taos Arts and Cultural District Plan, on pages 36 and 37, the financing tools clearly state what we have available to us, and it identifies the municipal programs, the state of New Mexico programs, it identifies the federal grants and national programs as well. And I mean, just looking at this, we are probably talking about 10, 20, 30, 40, close to maybe 50 agencies, foundations that we can reach out to in order to be successful with funding this program through our part as well. And I know, and again, your concerns are very, very valid. But in the meantime, what are we going to do if we don't do this? What is the next step for the town as it relates to economic development? Is a question that I would have, and would hope that there would be an answer as well. So if we do nothing
today, what is the plan?
Rose, I believe your deadlines for McCune, which is a lock, if you're a Main Street community, you're going to get it. And for the coalition money are June 30th, which we just missed, and December 31st. So that's halfway through your year.
The first year is going to be tough. There's no doubt about that, because look at where we are today.
You will have the 25 from Councilman,
yes,
or from Representative Gonzalez immediately. That's
capital outlay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at operational monies. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
And that's the difficulty with the programs you're mentioning, is they're not going to be operational. They're going to be infrastructure and program support.
Okay. Then we're probably going to have to apply our efforts to, individuals, members of the community, U.S. Bank.
You probably need the banks. Would be the
U.S. Bank has a foundation that is very supportive in all of our markets that we have a presence in. Is this going to be hard? Yes, there's nothing easy about any of this. If this were easy, this would have been decided 2 meetings ago. But you have individuals who are interested and want to make a genuine contribution to this effort, whether it be through dollars, through their time, through their expertise, because they believe in our community. So, is there a possibility we could fall short of what that budget projection is? There's always that possibility. I think, that is something that every business deals with, because what is a budget? It is a projection. Some of it is, hard numbers that you can really depend on. Others are projections because of the unknown, the unexpected. And that is true in any business. That, some things we just can't control, unfortunately. But again, if we say and we decide that the answer is no today, we are saying no, not just to Main Street and the opportunities. We are saying no to those businesses and to those property owners who believe in this Main Street program as well.
If I might make a suggestion, I share some of the concerns that the councilman does. At the same time, I truly believe when Rich says if we don't sign this by, and I think it was actually supposed to be July 1,
right,
that's the last time he's going to look at doing anything in Taos. The other thing is, I know there is a foundation that will match. The reason I came up with the 60 is because I went to somebody and said, if we do this, will you guys match it? And they said yes. The difficulty I think that these folks have is no foundation is going to commit money to a program which then the town is not already committed to doing. So it kind of becomes a catch-22. The foundations want to make the commitment, but they want us to commit first. We want the foundations to commit first. So how do you do that? But would the council consider the idea that with some revisions to this budget that make it realistic, and Councilman Peralta, I absolutely share your concerns, and I reflected that to their board and state representative, that I felt the salary was way too low and the amount of the budget was too low for it to be a viable organization. But would council consider that with revisions to that budget to be more realistic, that it would commit with the caveat that it would commit no money or resources to ACD Main Street until and unless they at least matched our $60,000 within the first 90 days of the program. Now, they're not going to be able to hire an executive director within that time anyway, but at least that would give them a piece of paper that they could walk around and say, Rose could say to her bank, and we could say to Sentinel, look, the town's committed to this. They're putting 60 in it. If we can match it, you could go to Community Foundation, and I'll tell you after the meeting who the other foundation is.
Yes.
And there are additionally 2 property owners on the plaza that will commit to it. But the word I kept hearing when I asked them to commit was, get the town to, this has been a back and forth for 5 years. Get the town to commit, and we'll put into.
Be a good compromise, Council.
Well, give me some answers to the questions I have, and I'll consider it.
I just got to say that I would be impressed, and I spent 3 or 4 years on and off with the Taos project, and in that time that I was working with him, it was ineffective. And I did attend the charrette, and nothing came of that. And there's organizations who are doing plenty of things here in Taos who want to make a difference in Taos. This is just one more. And with the same players. I'm not impressed. So, and then, like I said, there were so many questions on your presentation that I had so many questions that I would like to see provable on that. So.
In business, I don't think anything's provable.
No.
I mean, we're doing it on probable. So, but Councilman, did you have something to offer?
Well, it seems premature to offer a motion on approving the resolution. And so, once again, I'm looking for that middle road. And Councilman Peralta, how would you, in view of your concerns and Mr. Bellis's observation that there are a number of grantors out there that once we sign on will more than likely supplement the Main Streets program, is that what more in addition to that do you need to see that will make you feel?
I just feel like, when you go into business, at least you try to have enough money to get into the business.
Right.
Okay. Now future tells whether you're going to be successful or not. But you don't want to, and that's one of the things why 90% of small businesses fail, is because in some cases they don't go in with sufficient resources to get the thing off the ground and start it. And all I'm asking is that in this case here, because this is such an important project, we want to make sure that we have the resources available to us from the start, the get-go. And that's what my concern has been for 2-3 years now that we've been having this discussion. And it says, let's make sure that we're going to get into this project, that we're doing it right from the get-go. And then the future of it's going to depend upon how well we do the project. But at least have the resources available at the beginning to make it a success. Then it's a matter of people making it a success. But at least if you have the resources in place to begin with, that's one thing out of the way that we're looking at. And that's all I'm asking for, is that we have some concrete evidence that we have sufficient resources to make this project work from the beginning. And that's all I'm asking for. And one of those is be realistic about what it's going to cost us to do this thing. And right now, at a minimum, I feel that the budget is short at least $30,000.
And if I may get clarification from you, Councilmember Peralta, when you're referring to resources, you're referring to financial resources. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of volunteers and there's other resources within the community that can make this thing work. But there's a certain budget certain budget requirement that is going to push this thing forward. And so one of the things you want to do is you want to make sure that you're not, even if you hire an executive director, you want to make sure they have the resources to make it work for that person to be successful as well. Because you can't have just a salary and then they have no paper or pencils. So I think you've got that in the budget. I looked at that part, and I think that's fine. I think it's a resource for that that director is what we need to take care of. And then my concern is that the place that we're going to get the funds to match what the town puts up is vague. And I think Mr. Bellis is now offering some opportunities for us to look at some more concrete possibilities, and that's what we'll look at.
And so how long is this continued? How much longer? How many more meetings
Can we put this?
Are we going to have around this? Because every meeting there's more that is presented to us to deliver. And, you know, by not making a decision one way or another, what are we really accomplishing here? Can anybody answer that for me?
You know, Rose, I think we're very close here. And I think Councilman Peralta's observation that 44 for the staff is light. That gives us information and enables us to talk to other grantors to say, look, here's where your money is really going to be going. We're line iteming it for our executive director. And we're looking for a 2-year commitment to supplement what the town's doing. The town's already committed. If you commit, we're good to go. So I think we're very close. I actually would like to, when Councilman Peralta says 30,000, I actually think it'd be good to have a little rainy day money in there too. You never know how things are going to go. But boy, so if I were working on your budget, after hearing what Mr. Bella said about foundations and other grants, you've only line itemed 18.5 as a projection. And it's sounding to me like it's going to be at least double, maybe even triple that initially. So I think we're very close.
Can we put something together and come back within 2 weeks, Council? Mr. Bellis? Rose?
Well, Rose, in fairness, I attended your meeting. Not that we want to take over your organization, but if you are nationally accredited and you go to Washington, the first thing they tell you is if you don't have $150,000 in your budget, it's going to fail. And that's why I suggested that figure.
Yeah. I mean, you did bring that to our attention. And, everything that I've read supports that as well, So I get the sense that the expectation is that, the town wants us to be at that level in 2 years. I don't know that that's realistic. We need to accomplish a lot within that 2-year span. Finding the sources for this funding, we can do that. We can do that.
The other thing, Rose, is I don't want you to feel that what the council's telling you is they're singling out Main Street based historically or on what's happening today. What you're hearing from the council happens to every department head or myself or Marietta with the finance director. When we come to council, it's been a number of times that a council person up here has said, that's not enough money. You either have to find more money and increase the budget or don't do it because that's not enough to have a real impact. the idea of the town offering to house the position and make the copiers available, which is something that did succeed when it was housed at the county. And I don't think it was influenced at all by any of the elected officials there. It was entirely up to the board and your executive director how to run the program, is to diminish your need for that money. You can take out that $8,500 from office space and your event insurance and your contractor taxes, which probably gets you to what Councilman Peralta said, so that you're paying a realistic salary. I can't hire an entry-level planner for what you have there. So, I mean, that's just being realistic. And we've interviewed, we've advertised nationally. We can't even get people to apply. I can't probably get a building inspector for that money.
So basically, you're just asking to basically realign the budget and maneuver monies around so that way it suits what the council wants as far as a budget goes for the director, so it's more realistic of retaining a director. Correct?
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can still present the budget, but just maneuver monies around so it's realistic for the council, correct?
Well, $95,000 is not a realistic budget, period. So you got to adjust that. But one of the things you don't want to take is the paper and pencils out of the budget that is going to be required for this person to be successful. Mm-hmm. So be careful what you do with the budget. All I'm trying to say is that there's not enough money in the budget.
We need more.
But secondly, is that when you increase the budget, be realistic about giving us information about where that money is going to come from to match the $60,000 the town puts up, because that's one of the things I look at is $18,000 from grants and other. That doesn't tell me anything. That's too vague for me to be realistic with. I'm sorry, but that's just the way I am.
No, and I appreciate that. So the question that I would ask then is, looking at increasing our budget by $30,000. That's what is a comfort level for the town to consider. Is that correct? Is that correct?
I think you need to go back and look at some realistic things and say, okay, what is it going to take to hire a director, and what sort of what am I thinking of the term of realistic
support costs
are going to be, and really look at it from that standpoint and say is maybe $50,000. I don't know. I'm just saying right off the top of my head, $30,000 is minimum. But you may take more than that once you start looking at what's on the marketplace. What's going to take to hire a director? In other words, go out there and look at what's being paid in the marketplace and what kind of benefits packages have to go along with that. So that's what's going to determine your budget.
For example, you have $1,000 in marketing and advertising. You know what that buys you? Less than 2 half pages in the Taos News.
Yeah.
That's probably, Councilwoman Cantu knows, she's trying to put an event on with a budget, $600 just to do radio for one event. So I think the hesitation of the town would be that if we're going to pay for a program to do things, you'd like to know that those things are going to happen, that they're going to be quality, and that they're going to succeed, because it actually costs the town less to do that. I can add a senior planner to Lewis's department with a Main Street or downtown economic development background for just the salary and not have to fund the rest of the budget, and assign that person to do the same things. So I think everybody up here wants you to succeed, but they don't want to frustrate you by going through another 3 years of being underfunded, having a part-time director, and that you as a board donating your time to an effort that just is set up to fail from the beginning. If the council can say that, the difference here is a realistic budget, and it's that they would then consider this proposal going forward, then in the next 2 weeks, I will sit down with you, since I've done a bunch of main streets, and help you within 24 hours put together a budget that is realistic for the size of your work plan that you're going to take on. Because that's the other thing I think that hasn't been said is your budget doesn't match your work plan. And I will, if the council gives me permission, I will go with you to those 2-3 major property owners that I know will commit to you, and to that foundation, which is local, and try to get commitment letters from them so we can come back here on the 28th and present those to council.
So then the only concern, which is a huge concern, is the budget working. Is that what is being communicated today?
I want to say yes, and
okay,
it's got to match with the work plan.
Right.
So
okay.
And so I wholeheartedly support Mr. Bellis's creative thought. I think over the next 2 weeks, you and he, or the board and he, and perhaps get some commitments so that we can assure and deal with Councilman Peralta's concern, which is, if we're going to water this plant, let's make sure we got water. And water is the green frog skins, and we need. I like that higher number of 150,000. I think your year 2 budget is where year 1 but that's my personal call, and I'm not involved in that. But I do like that idea of asking you and the manager to hammer out a good budget and talk to a couple of the potential donors. Thanks.
No, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other considerations in addition to the conversation around the budget that we need to consider?
I guess Rose is getting at is that, are we going to come back at the end of the month and there's going to be something else to come up? Because that's kind of been the relationship between the Main Street and the town or the county, is that something always comes up. And so, and that's kind of been my experience since I've been, sitting on the board, is that something always comes up again. And so that's where, if we come back again and Rick puts his time and effort to that, you don't want to waste those resources either. That when we come back, those are the main concerns that you all have as far as the Main Street goes. And I think that's what Rose is getting at, is that if we go through with this deliverable as well, is that it?
Well, it's going to have to, Iona, withstand scrutiny.
Yeah.
So, fair is fair.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've tried to give you a realistic idea of what we need to feel like, okay, this is be successful. And I do apologize for feeling like you keep going back between the 20s but never get into the end zone. But that's life as a Denver Bronco. No. I think you've got some good support, but the budget to be finalized, and perhaps strong consideration for commitment from some donors to beef up foundations and other grants line item, I think are very positive. And I would ask for your patience and to come back on the 28th. This is a process. The ACD Main Street program, as you know, has been traumatic. So we are recovering, and we're well on our way now to recovering, and just a little bit further to go, I think. And there's no guarantee. I mean, it could come back, and you'll still be stuck between the 20s. I don't think so, but...
So with that said, Councillor Hahn, so we can beat this horse all night, but it's not going to run any faster.
Chairman, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we continue this to the next council meeting, which would be July 20 what?
I think it's the 8th, is it not?
The next town council meeting?
28th.
28th.
28th, yeah. July 28th.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to that motion?
Thank you.
Yes, I'll second that.
We have a second. Discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Thank
Yes.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
They're waiting for us already at K-Taos.
I know.
Supposed to have been there a half hour ago. I'm supposed to open that, but I guess I'll have to wait. They'll eat without me. So we'll go on to town manager's report.
Given the hour, Mayor, and your need to be somewhere else, just to say that as I emailed everybody, the airport hearing, it was 3-1 for, and Mr. Lopez did a great job. Armstrong Engineering did a great job. I was proud of the town or the county planning department. I think they prepared a good case to defend it, and I believe Mr. Lopez and I have discussed that if it is appealed, it probably won't be heard till next summer. So we will be well on our way towards having that airport. So I guess we're either going to win or be bankrupt.
Okay.
But we feel we had a solid case, and given that it was affirmed by the court, by Judge McElroy in District Court previously, hearing the same facts, went 5-0 to the Planning Commission, and now 3-1 to the County Commission. I think we're on good territory.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Nothing? Okay, matters and reports from Mayor. I did put the big barn dance on the just for reconsideration. I don't see anybody here from the big barn dance, but I think we allocated $7,500 for that, and I just it was just.
I think it was more than that.
No.
No, it was 7.
It was 75.
75.
The original was 15.
Originally was 15. It got back down, and just would love to see you guys reconsider that. When somebody comes in our community and is willing to put up and try to do an event, it's very expensive, as you know, and there's no guarantees that you're going to get anything back, even your money. And we want to make sure that events bring people to the community, and they spend nights in the motels and eat in our restaurants, and without the support from the town, we're not going to be able to host these events, and they'll start going other places. I know that particular event, we're actually bringing it from another community. They've tried to take it back after they heard what we gave. There was a number of people that reached out to them and said, bring it here, we'll give you what you want to bring it back either to the Ski Valley or bring it to Red River. But it's fortunate for us, but unfortunate to them. They had already advertised it here. So it would have been a big loss because it's here. And I would just ask you for your reconsideration on that amount.
I understand that the program changed from the original request. And I discussed this with the manager and saying that they should have a new request put into us, not that it has to go back to the RFP process, but a new project consideration that we would fund that project, which is going to be a change in the menu or the venue, not the venue, the menu. And so I said, just put it together in that, and then we can consider it because the money's there. We haven't spent it. And then because I felt that would be more I guess, legitimate than the original proposal. If the original proposal changes, then we have to consider a new proposal, and that's what I understand. This was a new proposal from the original.
It was, and I believe that was presented by Sharon in the last presentation. Councilman, I'm not too sure if you were here for that one when we reduced it.
I may not have been.
Yeah, and that it was reduced. They redid the budget to show that their full advertising costs, marketing costs, were $26,000, and they were asking for $15,000 in marketing. And we had said that the recommendation of the committee was the same as it was before: 15 if we get the stage, as we expect we will, or 20 if we don't get the stage.
But I understand that the original project was a Michael Hearn project, and then it was changed to the big barn dance.
That's correct.
To me, that would require a new application to meet the criteria of procurement.
It's always been the big barn dance and Michael Hearn is the one who is the promoter and the one who plays. It's been going on for 25 years, I believe.
He's no longer involved.
His daughter has taken that. His daughter and her husband have taken it over and are now running the event. Sarah Hearn. Would council entertain my bringing that back to the next meeting?
Like I said, all I want is something that's going to meet
procurement.
And I think if they change the program, then we're not funding the original program that was applied for. So
well, I think, Councilman, all it really changed was Sarah was an owner and the promoter before. Her father stepped down from that, so I don't know that it's a different corporation. It's the same name, and the entertainers involved had changed, that they wanted to, as you and I discussed, kind of make it more of a national caliber than a local event.
I want to bring something up again, and today was an affirmation, but my sister goes to barn dance. She's gone from the first year. It's a wonderful thing. It brings a lot of people in. It's a good barn dance, a good country western festival. And people travel all over the Southwest just to go to these things. And financing it, to me, wouldn't be such a problem. But I really feel there's a conflict of interest, and I'm not at all comfortable. Still, as I said at the last meeting, or possibly the meeting before, is now the town has Mitch Miller as an employee, and he's so closely associated with the Solar Fest and the Big Barn Dance. And today, when Mr. Williams came in here, he just affirmed what everybody else is saying. And it's looking like lack of transparency, lack of integrity on our part. And if he's not associated with them, I would really like the council to receive a hard copy letter from Mr. Miller saying that he is no longer employed by them and no longer associated with them, and is a sole employee of us, in order to avoid a conflict of interest.
Councilwoman, I believe you requested that from HR, and they had a non-compete, and he actually attached a letter to that saying that he has no financial or ownership representation or any affiliation with any other event. We made that a condition of him being hired here.
Because people were real confused at Solarfest, as a town employee and somebody with Solarfest, that, when he was there, they didn't know who he was working for, and it's a small town, and there were a lot of local people there, and, of course it's going to come back. So
I'm guessing that's going to happen. After he gets done tonight with the movies, he's on loan to Fiestas for the same thing. We've promised to put up the lighting for them, run the electrical, and do the things we do every year. The only difference, I guess, this year is rather than our facilities guys doing it and us having to pay overtime for it, we've made it Mitch's responsibility to meet with whatever the event is. But, yeah, I'll be very upfront that we lend him to every event that you have approved for the park or for funding, anything we can do as a town to help them where we don't cross over to anti-donation, but that we're providing the infrastructure for the event.
Yeah.
We're not involved in the financing, the advertising, the promoting part, but anything we can do to prepare our property. In fact, I wish Councilman Gonzalez was here, because the councilman was there for the whole event during Solar Fest 2, working with Mitch to make sure that they got the electricity and the transformers and everything they needed to pull the event off.
Well, I guess it'll take a while to disassociate that right now, with this is first year with the Town of Taos. It's, so the proof's in the pudding. So we'll just
I asked Councilwoman, the first couple of months I was here, I remember people saying I couldn't be unbiased because I had worked for the county for 4 years on the other side of the table. But I think as the record has proven, I've kind of taken stands. Well, I was there yesterday, in fact, testifying before them.
Okay. Well.
We all worked for somebody.
And again, Councilwoman, as you know, perception is big in our community. So,
yeah.
You know that personally, perception. So, so it's fair to say that, Mr. Bellis, we can see it on our next agenda?
Can I get a copy of that
Yes.
proposal?
Absolutely. And
then I'll read it, see if I have issues with it or not.
I will also run it by our procurement officer and our town attorney to be sure that they feel that that the application with the minor modifications, and I should mention that almost all the applicants did modify their applications once we explained what we would and wouldn't fund, and sometimes their performers changed and their venue dates, so there were changes in almost all of the ones we received.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So then we'll go on to other matters.
So just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, so we're going to revisit this issue on the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that work for you? Yeah. Okay.
So then other matters, I'd just like to thank our...
So move to continue.
Oh, we have a motion to continue. Have a second?
No, second.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
No.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
So other matters, I'd just take this opportunity and thank our staff, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Bellis, everybody that was at the airport hearing. Granted, when we came out of the town, it was a split decision to move forward, but everybody handled it professionally. We moved forward. You guys did an excellent job. That's 3 hearings now that you guys have done, and you've prevailed in all 3 hearings. And I just really like to thank you for, I know it's taken a lot of time and effort, and I just really thank you guys for the professional way in which you handle it. I know you guys there was a little cussing going on in the last hearing, and so I just really thank you guys in the professional manner that you guys took it. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Thank you, Rick, for
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank the chief for being present.
At the county?
Yes.
Thank you. Didn't they have
thank you guys.
Over there?
And so the other thing I'd like to do is publicly thank Mr. Fambro. Over the weekend or this last week, we had the Taos Little League here. He was very instrumental in bringing that Little League tournament to Taos. He sits on the I can't remember what his position is, but he sits in the Little League as an authority in the Little League, and he advocated for that tournament here, and he's advocating for a tournament next year, possibly a state tournament instead of a district tournament, and it brings a lot of people. I think they booked over 40 rooms for several nights, and I think that's a big thing in our community. So I'd just like to publicly thank him for doing that. So other matters and reports from council. We'll start with you, Councilor Cantu, if you like, if you have anything.
Well, I want to read this to you. This was delivered to my mailbox, and I'm going to read it to you. There's hard copies there. But to Town of Taos Mayor town council members and town manager from concerned plaza merchants. The reason, Taos Plaza resurfacing project. It is our understanding that the town of Taos is planning to begin a road resurfacing project on the historic Taos Plaza within the months of September and October 2015. This is a formal request for the town of Taos to rethink and redirect that timeline. September and October would be the worst months to undergo such a project. Since school is back in session, this is a time when the more affluent visitors are out traveling and frequently local shops, hotels, and businesses. Additionally, the 100 years on the plaza is being held during this time along with other commemorative events. And then there is the Fall Arts Festival and the Paseo event. How can the town tear up the plaza during such a full fall schedule? This is the last time the merchants have a chance to pull income out of the fall season. Plus, the whole community, as well as the visitors, would greatly be impacted and inconvenienced during all the celebrations of our town. It is our recommendation that the town of Taos reschedule this construction project between late March and the end of May 2016. All of the work should be started and completed during that time period, or the contractors awarded this bid must be required to do the asphalt work after 6 p.m. each day so that they can stay away from the economic activity of the Taos Plaza. That would mean the construction would take place from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. or so. This would be a minimal impact on the livelihood of the plaza merchants, and the rest of the town and visitors would be able to participate fully in the events and activities during this exciting fall season. In 2002, the town of Taos started a street construction project on Paseo del Pueblo during the July 4th weekend. If anyone remembers, this was a big fiasco, and it was very counterproductive to the economic livelihood of the town of Taos. Plus, it did a lot of damage to the town plaza merchant relationship. Please do not make the same mistake again. It is time to put the Taos merchants in the mix when these critical decisions are being made. Thank you for your consideration of this very important matter, concerned merchants.
And I don't know that we had a time frame yet that's been even proposed. I don't even think we have a contractor yet that is being on. So I think this letter is a little premature because we haven't even had a time frame yet.
We were waiting, Mr. Mayor, Council, we were waiting for an MOU with DOT. They were going to give us money to do the intersection at Kit Carson, to come down Cantu Hill and go up, hopefully, to Martyrs Lane, depends on how far the money goes. And that would be probably by the end of July, and we were looking originally at August to do it. But we had already incorporated the idea of doing the work at night and meeting with the merchants first to find out if we have to do any day work, and I'm sure we'll probably have to do some, when that would be best for them. I should say that to the credit of our Public Works Director, he started doing a little digging under there and got a little unnerved and decided to do a series of 16 corings around the plaza. And what he found is that there's multiple layers, as he's explained in the past, and there's a stamped concrete layer. Above that is a loose layer of millings. I'm sure it wasn't loose when it was put in there. It just hadn't adhered over time, and it's broken apart, which would not make much sense to mill now and take a new surface, and then it'd sort of be like putting your road on jelly that could shift, and then we're going to get cracks and potholes again. So the plan is that the backup plan we're doing now is to look at the entry roads and to try them first, strip them all the way down to the concrete, and see what kind of problems we encounter before we engage in a big contract and block a bunch of streets and find out halfway through that we've got problems we didn't anticipate. So I will get back to council as soon as I know that. Well, definitely by the next meeting, I'll have French make a report on what he's found.
Councilman Peralta? But I really think, though, and just thinking off the top of my head, and this reminded me of that, during that time period is a very affluent tourist that comes to town. But yep. Secondly, during the time period of the Fall Arts Festival, the Paseo, and all those things happening, a lot of that's at night. And so you couldn't even work at night without disturbing that project. So I really think that we should look at spring to do this project and get everything lined up and all with the merchants and everybody to say, okay, here's the timetable, we'll do it at this point in time, but I really think it would be much more beneficial to us to do it. Because that time that they're talking about is the 4th of July, that had nothing to do with the Town of Taos. That was the Highway Department that came in and did that. And they didn't even ask us. And so, but it was a disaster. It really was a disaster for everybody involved. And so I would really look at trying to avoid major construction projects in that corridor of the town, which is to be the central business district from Smith's to Sid's, anytime during the high traffic season. I mean, like today, coming to town, the traffic was backed up to Walmart. And so if you look at that and say you're trying to do some construction during that time period, it's going to make it worse. So that's just my recommendation.
Yeah, our schedule is totally at the discretion of whatever the council wishes to do. I mean, there's no particular critical timing on the funding. It's a series of co-op grants that we put together. If anything, we might have another co-op grant by then.
But if we did it, let's say March, April, for example, that would be before even considering not disrupting the farmers market if it was to stay on the plaza or anywhere around there. That would be a consideration, plus all the other events that happen around that time period.
The one consideration on that, which we ran into this year, is what time the asphalt plant opens. So we will look into that. We'll report back to you.
Okay, and just 3 really brief things here. I'm still waiting for the property profile that we've spoken about, a report from Janice on the assets, and also more delays for the cameras in the plaza. It's like, this is, what year are we? 2015. With technology, what it is, I just don't see any reason we should have no cameras. I know Kit Carson is working on something right now, but it's going to be 2 more months for them to even be live streaming, and that's still not a town website. So it's not a town camera-owned thing. Just an FYI.
Councilwoman, yes, the discussion right now is that the feed would have to come back to the PD department and the IT department. It wouldn't do us any good if it went somewhere else. So we would be able to either live stream it and monitor it by putting somebody on there, or we would also be recording it and could go back to, like, if we've had these car break-ins.
I guess one of my questions is there a reason that we don't have a camera? I mean, do you guys want a camera on the plaza? Do you think it's important, or it's not?
I'm going to turn to the chief, because I think, he's the guy that deals with the crime, and if it's a crime issue that we're trying to mitigate, I guess.
Resolve. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager. So to be clear, there's 2 different factors, or two different ways of looking at this. One would be the perception of the crime in the plaza, the other is the statistical crime in the plaza. And then the other thing is we have a limited amount of resources. What do we want to focus the resources on? So there's a number of things that come involved in this conversation. Now, the one notable case that happened this year where a camera was used and actually allowed us to to get significant information and arrest and charge the individual. You can remember that camera was no greater than 10 feet away. And even then, the video that we had from that, we had to go back to our detectives and our staff, and over a series of days, we were able to ferret out the jacket, and that's what cued us into where it was. So even with the camera being incredibly close, there's still a lot of work to be done. So from the last quarterly crime stats we had, the plaza itself is in the area of, I think, 1.6% of all the crime in the town of Taos. So then last weekend we had significant auto burglaries in the parking lot, and the one that was in the Loretto lot and some other parking areas. So now we go back to statistically, I know the plaza is a relatively low crime rated area. Now we go back to what is the reality. If people who work and people who shop there believe it's a high crime rate area, that is just as important as having the numbers. I haven't had that feedback to me. So now we're also on the point of trying to figure out truly what the priorities are inside the department. Once again, with the technology buildup that we have and patrol cars that we have and et cetera, the question is it better used if we have any resources to be used for things that we already have on board, or do we need to go with the camera system? My personal thought is, and then yet another conversation to be had is, when the camera systems go in, which I would like to have, are they going to be monitored or recorded? Well, it's going to have to be recorded. I don't have the capability of having a police officer sit there and watch and monitor. Also inside the conversations, where do you want the cameras? Do you want the cameras to, like I believe they should be, we're positioned so when people walk into the plaza, we actually have facial shots, and that would be at the minimum probably about 8 cameras, I believe. And then that technology conversation. So this isn't going to be a real simple answer. I think, if I had my druthers, I'd have cameras in Concurso Park and all the parking lots. I actually have a pretty good system of camera coverage throughout the town. And so I think it's valuable for us to really look at this in the real big picture and see what we can put together and how we can stage this system in. And so there's a multitude of issues as far as the technology, and Lord knows the technology just changes so rapidly. I don't want to be outpaced. I don't want to outpace the budget, which is an issue that we currently have with the patrol car cameras. We have many of them that are still in VHS. So I really think that if we decide that we want to have camera coverage in the town, I think that's a neat idea. I really think this is the time for us to be very deliberate with it and really make it so it's functional and so that it can be sustainable throughout the couple of years. For the short run, we do have a portable camera system that we have, and that has gotten up to speed, and we can certainly use that for special events. And so it actually is kind of a complicated answer. I agree with you. I'd love to have cameras. My concern is if we try to do too quickly, we won't be effective with it. So
I just, we had a camera before. The camera's down. A camera's purpose is to take pictures, whether technology, advances or not. Its purpose is to take pictures.
Mm-hmm.
The crime rate may not be high, but there's a lot of mischief that goes on there. I pass through there, and there's kids there on the gazebo or riding around on their bike or their skateboard. Even though we have signs posted, when nobody's around, they're still doing their mischiefs. And I've sent you emails on this, and even gotten pictures, which didn't seem to, they were the kids. They're the ones from the merchants that they send. Mm-hmm. These are the kids. They're bouncing off the tree, and that's probably why some of the lights on the trees didn't work any longer, because they were slamming their bikes up against them. So it's a double-edged sword, but I think it's worth it. They were there before. They should still be there now.
Okay. And the conversation I have from some members of the plaza or the merchants are that I should make it so that kids are not inside the plaza, or how they were characterized in the emails as being hooligans shouldn't be inside the plaza. And that's not going to happen. The plaza, constitutionally, no one's going to be kicked out of the area. And the other thing is, if the more people that are in the plaza, the safer it actually is. And so many of the photographs I got, it was real hard for me to determine any type of criminal activity coming off of that. When kids get there, are they allowed, and are they riding the bicycle, and can they be obnoxious? Absolutely. And that's a function of being a child, I assume. When it comes to the crime stats and actually the criminal activity, it's actually a very safe area as far as I can find, as far as I know. If I have merchants who are not reporting crime, that's a different story. And every time that I've been meeting with them, I've encouraged them that even if they have a crime they don't think is going to be resolved, to please make the notification. And be it as may, the cameras that were in there, once again, then we have a question of, does the camera show a dark blob walking across, which is not identifiable, or is the camera positioned in an area that would actually have some sort of evidentiary value to us? And I don't believe I ever remember a time that those cameras, when they were operationally, actually resolved any issues for us. And I'll reiterate, I think cameras in the plaza are an excellent idea, truly are. And if we spend, I don't know how much money the last thing that Mr. Cordova came up with, I believe in the area of $10,000 to $15,000. If that camera is up there and all it does is just show that the camera's in there, then we're paying a lot of money for something that we're hoping will scare people away or do some sort of public notification. But if we can't utilize it, then it's not money well spent. I'd much prefer for us to have to really concentrate and really look at the problem and really look at the issues and really put a system in that will work for us and that will actually have evidentiary value. I'm not too certain having a camera in the center of the gazebo actually will do anyone any good.
Well, specific locations would have to be decided on, but I mean, every single day I watch the news and there's people who are using them at home or, to find people stealing their tires, stealing their UPS packages. There's businesses who have cameras who inadvertently catch something going on. I mean, it's safer than it's not. And with the crime and drugs here in Taos and every drug there is, and property crimes, breaking into cars or breaking into shops or homes, whatever the case may be, it's better to have the proof on the camera than.
And that would be a better argument for cameras that show people going in and out of parking lots and people who go in and out of the plaza and the entry areas. Absolutely.
Because there's a lot of cameras where you don't catch anything. And you can reuse it. I have a tenant who has one of those, but if it does catch something, you have it.
Well, I agree with you absolutely. That's not a point of contention. The point of contention that I have is I'm not a technical guy. I would love to have the cameras up, and a camera that's in the center of the plaza showing an overall plaza view will not be necessarily all that efficient. And so I am in agreement with you, and I also believe that we're in agreement that we have a fiscal responsibility to do the best that we can with what we have, and that will require some research and that will require some time to put it together. And then to Kit Carson, if Kit Carson is going to set up the capability of carrying it, that's going to be some further conversations. If they're not, there's several layers of this. So I'm in agreement with you. I would caution against a quick fix because quite often I don't think quick fixes are really the best fix.
Councilman Peralta, you had something?
Yeah, the break-ins that happened in the Loretto parking lot, was that during the daytime or night?
Yes, sir, during the day.
Because we don't have any light in the back of that parking lot, right?
No, we don't.
We don't have any light in the parking lot off of Kit Carson.
That's correct. Yeah.
So in some cases, do you have a deterrent by having lighting? But it's also a safety factor from somebody taking a tumble.
Absolutely.
Tripping over something. And this is something, a discussion I've had before, is that we really need to look at getting some lighting in those parking lots.
Yeah.
We do have a plan, Councilman. The program the chief has on the federal surplus, we obtained a number of solar-powered streetlights, which are easy to install because obviously you don't have to do all the connections. And they pulled them out at Public Works and are fixing the wiring on them, and we're hoping to have them in within the next 3 weeks in the Loretto lot at the very least. We'll see if we can get more.
The other question I have for you is that I almost lost the front end off my pickup going into that parking lot on Kit Carson. You need to fix that entrance. There's holes as you come off the concrete off the street, that deep. All we need to do is get the gravel pushed back up against that concrete. But it's really a danger. Somebody's going to lose their vehicle in there, and we'll get a nice bill from them for fixing it.
Yeah.
The other thing is that are we ever going to fix the potholes on Cruz Alta?
No.
Well, let me if that's true, that's all I need to know.
That's in our
because they created a new one this week.
We had, I think the holdup was we had exceeded the amount that was originally allocated for potholes, despite the fact that it was said it would be around 23, I think, or 26,000. I think we used about 80, whatever the contract was. And so we're redoing another contract for the money that we put in. We put in 83 for this year, and we will start on that shortly. But there were a number of side projects, some of which council members asked about, and that kind of slowed the process or diverted the resources, or alleys or other things that weren't originally on there that got done. But yeah, we will keep, Mr. Silva will keep plugging them as long as we can find them and find the money.
I have a question for you.
The ones that are on Cruz Alta looks is almost the whole road now from what is it? Sierra. No.
If any of the council members have a list, just send it over. We'll add it to the schedule.
I have a question. The housing area right there as you come out of the high school, there's the two little housing areas. Who's responsible for that pavement in those housing areas?
That is Northern Regional Housing Authority, in the two that are right there on the street. The one behind that is private also, and that is Mr. Crozier's property.
Oh, no, it's the one coming right out of the high school. You know, it's the one on the south side of the road. There is a swimming pool there. I mean, it is so big.
Yeah, we do not have jurisdiction over that.
We don't have jurisdiction. Okay, I just wanted to find out because...
They are a public housing agency.
Okay.
And I sympathize with them. They've got the same HUD representative that oversees their projects that I had when I was there, and it took me a year and a half to fix the parking lot in the Cuesta Housing Authority. And we actually got DOT. We had to get a letter from DOT to make HUD happy that our rates that we got were reasonable and that they didn't have a problem with it, even though it was entirely on private property.
And council, just in him saying that, I had a conversation with the Northern Regional Housing Board, and I will going to recommend that maybe in our next meeting that we write a letter to their board, to the Regional Housing Board, or if we need to, we can go up higher, because they are being scrutinized for if somebody in their housing needs to have an exterminator come in because they're infested with something, they have to have approval from the state office because they were in troubled status, and it's really hampering their ability to get things done on the ground right here in Taos. They can't spend $25 for a screw or a hinge for a door without going to the what's the name of the office?
The HUD regional office.
The HUD regional office to get approval. So I mean, they don't have currently. They weren't able to mow lawns because they don't have a working mower because they wouldn't approve the expenditure to fix the mowers. So I really recommend that we get something written and sent off, and I'm going to go to the county and ask for the same thing so that we can get that mitigated, because it is getting to be a joke. Because they have staff working there and they can't get anything done because they can't spend $1 without getting prior approval.
It's too much government.
Yeah.
This all stems from the county's fiasco.
Yeah, when it became a trouble, went into troubled status.
But it's not a reflection on Northern Region.
No.
It's just a consequence of prior mistakes.
Correct. So, anything else from Council? Council Peralta? Councilor Hahn? You probably have a list.
No, sir. But we have an executive session.
Oh, yeah, we do have an executive session.
Move to go into executive session.
Move to go into executive. We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We have a motion to come back?
Yes, sir. So moved.
And we have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yo.
Turn to our town attorney and for his report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the council went into executive session for discussion and consideration regarding disposal of real property, which may be discussed in closed session under Open Meetings Act Exemption 10-15-1H8, which allows for discussion of the purchase, acquisition, disposal of real property. No other matters were discussed, and no action was taken.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept the town attorney's report?
So moved.
And a second, call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, sir.
So moved.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.